Hey everyone, how's it going? It is I, the real Randy Chavez, coming at you today with Dr. Stuff. Everyone say hello to Dashi. Hello, Dashi. And day two of me, can't reach my phone, not being able to do much. I don't know about you, Dr. Stuff, but have you ever had any of your fans, whether it be on the Twitter or the YouTube or anywhere, they ever just like roast you out of nowhere?
To date, I've been lucky enough to avoid such roasting. Yeah.
I had this morning, I had a subscriber, a member of my channel, hit me with that unexpected heat where Wes is just like, Randy's back is more fragile than his hairline. And I was like, oh. And that was the funniest thing that I've read in quite a long time.
Dang, shots fired, man.
Yeah, many pew-pews. So speaking of people be shooting their shot with this Omi, and we have a total of, I think, 15 billion Omi on the app right now, and that's a freaking lot. That's a lot that's locked up.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Yeah, it's like 5% of the supply, and we don't technically have the utility yet. It's just there, like in preparation for it. Now, obviously, this is just one thing. This is just for MCP points, so people care about MCP points. This is just season 0. Do you guys have Omi on the app? Do you trust the security of the app? Why or not?
I don't have it on the app yet. I'm only an early adopter for like early investments, but early adoption on like technology, like I like to wait. For example, when a new version of Windows or something comes out, or the new Apple operating system comes out or something, I let other people find the bugs and experience them. So I don't see any reason for me to rush it, especially because once I know that the utility is going to open up, then I'll move it over.
Yeah. I mean, I've had Omi on the app for like a couple of years, and it's fine. It hasn't. Well, I mean, we haven't had anything to do with it yet. But when you say like working out the bugs, you think that, oh, hey, I want to stake this for, 30 days, and then it accidentally, instead of 30, it locks up for 300 days. Do you think that's a concern, or just like, hey, could the Omi accidentally get burned, something like that?
There's issues with staking contracts, and there are exploits. Like you enter into smart contracts, and it's just code. If that code is not locked solid tight, there can be exploits, right? There can be a lot of things. Now, like I haven't heard of anything on like Immutable X or like layer 2 staking, but I haven't looked into that, to be honest. So like one of the things that I kind of like this is just, it is custodied to a certain extent, right? Like I don't know how Veve has it set up with your layer 2 wallet address. I mean, obviously we're authorized to send funds in and send funds out, but I don't know if that's a custodied wallet that like we're basically asking permission and then they approve that, or how that works. I have not looked into that. So that is something to be aware of, right? Like anytime you're sending assets over to a wallet that you don't necessarily fully control, there's risk there, Yeah, but like, so I'm still planning on sending my 10 million Omi over there. I haven't yet. And like, look, shout out to Foster Hill. He did a video on it, and I was talking with him, and basically overall, like transferring your Omi from layer 1 to layer 2 on Immutable X, and then transferring it from Immutable X over to your Veve wallet probably takes like a total of 10, 15 minutes or something. And that's because of like just making sure you're doing every step right initially. So like, I guess I'm not in a super rush unless they're like, hey, the staking starts tomorrow. Then I'm like, all right, like okay, I got to get that over. Yeah. I want to get those points.
And they'll probably give us some kind of like time beforehand, because hopefully it's more than one day. Because can you imagine how congested things will get when all of a sudden it's like, oh, yeah, you got to have it on because the rewards start a day from now. It's like, oh, crap. Oh, no.
Yeah, hopefully it'd be like an exchange where they give us like a week or so, and then we have a little bit of time to do it. They've been announcing, so they announced, I guess we know now, it's usually not apparent to us until someone tells us. It's kind of like those Jigsaw murders in the Saw series. It's like, oh, none of these clues make sense, and the murders happen. Oh, the clues they made sense all along. So this is like the worst analogy. I'm sorry.
I was dying, dude. I was like, this okay.
Yeah,
So-
just like the Jigsaw murders. I mean, the parallels are amazing.
So David goes and he follows 5 new different accounts 2 days before we go and we have an Omi announcement. I guess he was kind of hoping that, like, those memes like, oh, if the news is focusing on this one thing, what are the things that they're trying to distract us from? So I feel like the news of the Omi announcement has distracted us from the fact that David has followed 5 new accounts. Up to previously, he only followed 7. So he increased it by what?
40%.
40%?
Yeah.
About. Have you guys taken a look at it yet?
No,
Yeah.
but I'm
Yes,
looking
I
up who he's following. That must mean he's not following me yet. Oh my gosh.
He's
David,
following
come on,
David Yu's
brother.
hairline. He's following his own hairline, the hair father.
He's got an amazing hairline. Yes, I want David Yu's hairline.
My gosh.
Yeah, same. So 60% of the new 5 people are DC related. It's Warner Bros. Pictures, DC Universe, and DC Official. The other 2 we'll get into, but these DC ones, I don't know if this means a deepening relationship with DC, and if so, why? My guess would be that the first film in James Gunn's new and improved DCEU did not do too well. 25 million at the opening. This was, I think, the worst opening for a DC movie, I think, since Wonder Woman 1984, which made like $17 million in that opening weekend. Yeah, Shazam beat this at, I think that made 30 million. And I'm going to go out on a limb here and say it for everyone that I posted a meme in that little group that we had saying that, oh, hey, all of these people going and saying 27 different Latino groups were super proud of the Latino cast, and the I don't know, Zack Snyder going out and saying, oh, representation matters and don't be afraid of this Latino crew. And apparently we should have been afraid because this movie bombed like nobody's business. Do you think that DC has had enough flops and is looking for money wherever they can get it, and they think that, okay, let's look at where we can make it, and Veve is obviously the best choice in the digital realm?
Good point. Probably it's on their mind, right? We need to amp up our revenues. Crap, we've had some losses. Whenever the goal of like a movie studio is something political, it almost never goes well. Whatever side of the spectrum they're on, like it's not that it can't, it's just really, really, really hard to hit right. So I felt like the goal of that was just too political rather than, hey, this hero. And kind of, I don't know, it looks like a cool movie, but I wasn't going to go out and see it on opening weekend. Didn't look good enough.
That stuff, what are your thoughts on getting?
I mean, look, I think that David's been in communication and talks with DC since the beginning, right? Like they were one of the first things that dropped on the app. The first thing that dropped on the app, right, was DC Black and White. So I think he's had a relationship with them, and I think that over time they're probably looking at how Palm is doing, and Palm's doing like okay, right, compared to some of the other platforms, like. They're not selling out all of their comic drops, even at like 4,000 mints, right? Like Veve is basically selling out especially if it's a 4,000 mint, that's like a low mint, right, for Veve. And so that's typically selling out, even if it's like a not valuable comic, like they're selling out, or the majority of them are selling out, right? And the trading volume is higher on Veve, which then there's that secondary market fee. So DC's definitely got to be looking at being like, okay, like what do we get on our collectibles that drop, right? Like what's the volume there in general? What are we getting in this? Now, to the point though, like it obviously needs, I'm assuming it's something movie related. So it might be more collectibles that they're looking at doing from these characters, which you had Todd McFarlane dropping the Blue Beetle. So I don't know. It does seem interesting that there's something that I would agree that if I'm a business, doesn't matter what business I'm in, I'm going to say, what's succeeding right now, and how can we throw more at that and more efforts, especially if some of this is like really bombed compared to the money we've thrown at it. That just makes business sense. So, yeah.
So if you think of the platforms almost like a store, right? And Vive's store sells out the items better than any of the other stores right now, and sells more and more secondhand revenue on things trading. So why would you not throw your efforts towards that store? If you think about it in that aspect, that would make sense, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I know they do about a comic a week on Palm. Generally, how much do they make? I know they don't sell out every drop, and some comics are better than others. But on average, do they make like 30K a week from it? They make a little bit more, a little bit less.
Probably about 30K. You know, like
Okay.
their comics are $9.99, right? So a little bit higher than VB's at $6.99. But yeah, like I don't even know how much of like this last Blue Beetle comic they I think it's the Blue Beetle one that they just dropped, or maybe I'm getting confused with collectibles. But
Yeah, I think McFarlane had a Blue Beetle collectible, or somebody had a Blue Beetle collectible. I don't know.
no, you know what it is? No, I think that they just dropped a. I'm going to pull this up here because I'm pretty sure that
Because I know somebody had
comic.
the one with the sword. Like somebody had like the Blue Beetle with like the weapon that he uses.
Correct.
So maybe there's two
comics.
Yeah, maybe there was two that came out. One collectible and one comic.
Yeah. But yeah, so 30K maybe a week. Like I think that might be like on the up.
Okay.
Yeah, on the upward end of it.
So let's say it is that, and let's say it's about 1.5 million a year, which is, it's something. It would be, I don't know the run rate of what they have. Do you know how many people are working for Palm?
No idea.
No, at their event, we probably met or saw about 10 team members there. So it seemed like,
yeah, but
they're all up in a conference room.
I'd be curious to see what their run rate is. Like, I know they're grossing that much, how much they make per month, how much it costs them to even get the license in the first place. Well, no, it's just DC's own thing, right?
Their own thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the early days are always super hard on businesses, right? Especially when you're inventing like a new idea. If you look at the start of baseball cards, Topps almost went out of business. There were some other ones that did go out of business, and like they barely scraped by for a long time before people decided, oh, I want to collect baseball cards of these players. And they didn't really become worth a lot of value for a long time. Now, the internet age has accelerated adoption. Like the acceleration of adoption now is so much faster than back then. It really took about 40 or 50 years for baseball cards to start to have a pretty good value. Whereas now the adoption of, you look at how fast cell phones became a worldwide phenomenon. I think we're going to have adoption of collectibles like crypto or blockchain collectibles or digital collectibles so much faster than anything anyone's ever seen. But it's still going to take 4 or 6 years. In these early days, you're seeing a lot of failures, right? The Comey they probably were really struggling last bear market, but they hit that trajectory like a rocket trying to leave Earth's atmosphere that burns 90% of its fuel in like the first 2 miles. And once it breaks out far enough, then it's got enough trajectory. It's much easier. And we're seeing all these failures of them not being able to get their first 2 miles out of the atmosphere. Whereas what I love about Veve and Comey, they've already accomplished that. And you're seeing they've created this great warm community that they're able to sell out drops, and they have enough recognition and standard. And that's why I think they'll be the main player in the future, and they're making enough good decisions to keep that first place going into the future. And we're seeing that reinforced. Like I said that 9 months ago, but 9 months ago it was kind of shaky on, are they going to have the tech team right? And is that going to go better? But I still think they'll win. And now it's even more sure in my mind that they're going to keep that #1 lead and become like the marketplace that gets a lot of use, the collectibles that are kind of like the main ones.
That's the other thing I wanted to go and talk to you about, the bifurcation of duties in separate teams, where you have, the crypto blockchain team, and then you have the VV team. And I know, we the whole program, the loyalty program is supposed to combine them, but they are separate teams. Do you think that's a good thing? And if so, why?
Say that again. Sorry.
They have two separate teams. Like, it's not all just one team. They have the blockchain team, that working on the OMI side and the
Oh,
blockchain
yeah,
side, and
yeah.
then they have the VV team. And I know they're combining the ideas, but the teams are separate. And how much of that do you think is, how much of it do you think is, oh, hey, this is our team, we should get the credit for this? Or
I don't think that that's the case. I think that they've hired this on and they've got like a directive. And so they're going to be doing that. But like, I think that they're trying to create these synergies. And so that would be my assumption, is that that would be terrible if they set it up like it was some sort of competition. It's just like, hey, you're doing this side of things, this side with the Komi or Omi token, you guys are doing the VB stuff. And like, we're creating these synergies to make it so that it's beneficial to do both, right? You can do one or the other, but it's been more beneficial to do both. And so more of like just a synergistic format, to where if one succeeds, then they both succeed.
no.
So I've kind of thought about this problem of like, well, more related to video games. And did you know play to earn actually existed back in like 2002, 2003? But there was this difficulty because back then, all the major jurisdictions like the US and Europe and the IMF wanted nothing to do with some company creating some kind of currency. So EVE Online and World of Warcraft, you could play the games and you could sell your items on eBay, and they weren't really enforcing it back then. But the real reason they really started enforcing it was they didn't want the IMF or the US or UK or whatever jurisdiction come after them and say, you don't have the right to create a currency. You're not a sovereign nation. Sorry. So crypto kind of solved this like an end run around it, right? Though you still see some fighting, especially from the US SEC, of we don't want anybody else to create anything that might resemble somewhat some kind of currency. But the genie's out of the bottle and it's not going back. And I don't think the SEC, if they couldn't win on Ripple's case, that it's a growing uphill battle for them. And especially because the Comey's taken lots of efforts to make sure as much as they can that the US would have a rough time declaring it as some kind of security, so that they can have this, because a lot of these projects use a token sale to raise funds or the capital to really get things going. Gives them additional tools that they can raise additional funds through selling equity, but allows them to kind of keep that in reserve to sell equity to raise more money if they want, so that they can raise money through cryptocurrency. But then they have to deliver some kind of value on that. And I'm excited with what they have planned as far as the utility for the token. That I think it's a pretty good idea behind it. And yeah, so as in, someone who owns a lot of OMI, I'm pretty excited about where that can go.
Agreed. I know that we have, we love that they're burning $5.5 billion from the business development fund. They don't necessarily need the money. But on the other opposite end of that, just as a believer in VV and wanting to make as much money as possible, do you think that's kind of sacrilegious? They're taking part of their war chest and they're burning it. They're burying that money. They're just giving it away. And it's, that's money that they could use to do other things.
But it's burning OMI tokens, right?
Yes.
So in order to get that war chest converted into funds, they would have to sell it, which would put selling pressure against those who believed in it. Yeah. And so I guess it's a way that they're just showing the community that, hey, we got you. We're not going to throw you under the bus. Do they have to do that? That is the decision that companies weigh, right? Because the more funds they have, the more they can grow. And I like that they're erring on the side of delivering extra value to those who have believed in them since whatever time frame they came in. And when you see projects that have that level of care for their community, because projects always want more funds. So that is a massive sacrifice that they're taking. And yet that's the decision that they're making. I don't anyone fully understanding what a project making that decision like means to them and how much they're really, I guess, making sure they protect their community. That is, it's a major show of goodwill on their behalf.
Yeah, that like I think I get where you're coming from, Randy. One thing is, at least right now, right, like Veve is making pretty good money, and so like financially at this point, it's not hurting them at all. But like it is a risk, right? Because maybe down the road, financially, they could be like, man, we might want to use these funds that we could have had, but they still have some, right? Like they still have funds. And on top of that, though, right, if they burn that, then supply and demand would dictate that then the remaining tokens are more valuable. So they're actually adding more value to the tokens that they have that are remaining, while also showing like a goodwill gesture towards the community. So there's a lot of things in play there, right? As opposed to just like we're just losing out on this money. There's a lot of like positive externalities that occur because of that one transaction. You know.
We have a question saying where'd you get the info on how much OMI is locked up in the app? That was done by Bravo Assassin, and I think. Did you guys get that tweet? Did you see that?
Yeah.
Where everything was locked. It was done by him. I have so many screenshots. And Jason Colon. They were just talking about how, hey, here's how many wallets you have. Here's how many whales you have. So there's about 13,000 wallets that do have OMI right now. And I think that's just in the app or for layer 2. There's obviously a bit more that have it outside. How brilliant on a scale of 1 to 10 do you think it was that they didn't come out with the burning mechanism first? They wanted to come out with the locking up mechanism. So that this way, OMI's locked up, there's less of a circulating supply, and then they go and do the burning after that, which means, hey, in order to go get some, you have to buy from this now dwindled circulating supply. And it looks like right now, there was somebody that messaged me the other day saying they tried to buy like $15,000 worth of OMI, and it took them like a bunch of orders. Like they couldn't just put in a buy order. They had to actively buy the sell orders. On a scale of 1 to 10, how brilliant was that? And would you have done it the other way, and reasonings why? Like doing the burning first and then locking up?
I think the way they did it was the better way to do it, because you're burning something that's not even in circulation. So that's not going to impact the price. But by locking it up, right, and taking OMI out of circulation, putting it on the Veve app, right, and then, so I mean, I look at it either way. Like the burning doesn't necessarily affect the price either way, because it was never really in circulation. But I think that it does show their gesture of saying.
Well, they are. I mean, like they're taking the OMI from when they say, "Hey, you're going to use your OMI to buy waitlist tickets."
Not burning afterward. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I misunderstood. So I still like the burning more because, well, let's back up. Technically, the cheaper the OMI price is, the more you burn, right? So if they increase the price of OMI through removing stuff out of circulation, then like each dollar of OMI burns less OMI when you're buying the bronze tickets.
Yeah.
So that's something to consider there, right? But so technically, I think that there is a possibility that they could have burned more OMI by implementing the OMI burn, the bronze ticket burn first, just because. But you just never know, and you have to make that decision. Like something else could happen, and then OMI could shoot up regardless of them doing the staking. So I think they just have to make that business decision, and maybe like just functionally, it made more sense to be able to just announce that and get this in the app while they're still working on something and create momentum, right? So we're going to make this announcement that's going to get people excited. OMI to NFT, burning like OMI for bronze tickets, or is coming next, and that's like not too far in the future, and just building out momentum. And that's what I kind of feel like I've started to see from Veve, right? First, it was kind of these little app updates. The search bar was updated, right? Like now you get the wait list, and and all of these little things that are starting to, the announcement of the VV-verse beta testing, all of these things are starting to happen, and in tandem, that's kind of building on top of each other. So I don't think that it necessarily, to me, would have impacted the price very much or in a meaningful way if they had reversed the way it was rolled out.
Yeah.
What do you think, Rain?
I don't know. When you say burning, you're talking about the bronze.
The Omi to waitlist tickets.
Yeah, the Omi waitlist tickets or the bronze tickets, right?
Yeah.
And then you're talking about locking up. You mean allowing people to move it over to the
app first.
Now, is it truly locked up? Can you send it back out the other way?
Yeah, you can do that right now. Eventually, they'll give you the option, hey, how long do you want to have these locked up for, where you can't do that. And then obviously, even if you do need to unstake it, you will be able to. They should charge you a VIG for it. Like if you lock it up or if you decide to unlock it before that staking period, they'll charge you X amount. And I think that'll be burned.
Now, what's the advantage of the staking? Like, what's the advantage to the person who locks it up?
Currently, you just get more MCP points.
Okay. So if you lock it up, you'll get the more MCP points. Like if you put the 10 million on the app, but you don't lock it up, then you don't necessarily get credit for it. Is that
correct?
Wait, hold on. What's going on here? My understanding is if we put the 10 million in the app right now, then with season 0, I'm not locking it up at all, but just for having it in the app in my wallet, I will get some extra MCP points.
Maybe I misinterpreted the article, and I'm not seeing where it was my Omi on VV. Okay, Master Collector Program, Omi tokens, Program Collector, Omi rewards for season 0.
There's no lockup with this latest announcement. They don't say anything about locking up your tokens. It's just having it on the app. But so they're saying, yes. So a business is saying he has 10 million. He's not getting any points yet because season 0 hasn't started. Yeah. It's not until season 0 starts. But like when season 0 starts, you don't have to lock up your tokens, but there may be extra incentives
to lock. Okay.
To then lock it up. So like if you have it on the app, maybe you'll get X amount of OUP points or Master Collector points. And then if you stake it, you get a multiplier or something. You know, there can be additional rewards or incentives to stake it and have it locked up for a certain amount of time. And my understanding is, at least in the V2 OUP, was like the longer you stake it, the more potential benefits you get. If I lock this up for a year, you might get substantially bigger benefits than if you just locked it up for 6 months.
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, and maybe I'm getting ahead of myself here. If I remember correctly, though, I think it was a 30-day option. I don't remember. I mean, right now, I don't remember there being anything more than that. But let me go and take a look at that. I'll find it.
So here's a question for you, Randy, and maybe you know, but like my understanding is, and we kind of talked about this around the Comey-verse, but like my understanding is that like OUP V2 is like rescinded. It's no longer applicable. And we're going to be getting now the like Master Collector Loyalty Program, which is the combination of Master Collector points and OUP. And that's kind of forthcoming with this first announcement being like the initial iteration or like first portion that we're getting a glimpse of with this new overall loyalty program. So is OUP V2 gone completely, or there's still elements of that are still in play today?
Most of that is still going to be in play. They worked like a year and a half on that before they decided to merge it. From my understanding, is that as much as they can have, they'll still have, and they'll actually add a couple of things as well. So is 100% of the original OMI development roadmap going to still be on? No, like I don't think you're going to need an OMI staking wallet. So I think that thing is going to be gone. Like I don't think there's going to be any of those continuously red circles. Like however many percentage completion it is, the circle will get bigger or more complete. But from what I understand, a lot of the rewards are still going to be there. Obviously, the amount that you have that you're going to need to stake has changed. They used to have those 5 different levels from 2,500 to 40,000. Mm-hmm. I think that 10 million is probably going to be it. I think that's what we discussed last night. And then the rewards for locking it up, when they decide to do the amount of time, do it for a quarter, you are going to get that. And depending on how much you lock up, you still should be able to go and get a collectible or a whole set of collectibles, depending on how much you lock up. But until they come out officially saying, hey, here's what we're doing, which I don't think they're going to do. Again, the announcements will be small. Like the next announcement will probably be, hey, here's the startup of this. The next announcement, okay, now it's waitlist tickets, and then here's the date to start. I don't think we're going to know what's coming in Q3 until like late Q2, like next year.
I think they're setting up all the right dominoes, right? So a lot of people during the bear market, they get frustrated and they're like, when is the price going to go up? When is this going to happen? When is that going to happen? I look at, from the business side, are the right dominoes being set up? Because once crypto becomes like a major news item again, just everything pumps, especially those things with the right dominoes set up. And what I love is there's certain steps that needed to happen. You had to have the wait list working before a lot of their stuff could really be rolled out. You can't do bronze tickets until the wait list is working. And also you can send OMI to the app and convert it to the layer 2. So the right dominoes are being set up. And a lot of people are like one of the comments is, that reduces supply. If they burn that, the problem is demand. And they're not wrong on that. And demand isn't going to massively increase until all of a sudden it does. And people realize how really scarce it is. And then they FOMO in. So there's a lot of people who are sitting on the side. They're aware of it. They might even be in the VV community. And this happened with the Todd McFarlane Batmans. They're just sitting there on the app available. Nobody's buying them. Oh, it's going to be around for 80 gems for forever, until all of a sudden it wasn't. And like they were selling so slow, and then it started accelerating, and then they're sold out. And then like you could buy them on eBay because people could then just get your user ID and transfer it to you. And you could buy it for like $500. And then the marketplace was open again, and you could buy them for like $200 or $300 or 200 or 300 gems. And then the people willing to sell them got cleared out, and then the price escalated all the way to like 1,000. And then it came down again, and then it went all the way to 16,000. So this is just the evolution of how it plays out. Right now, people think, OMI, there's so much OMI and it's not going up. And then when it starts running away from them, they'll be like, oh, crap, what am I doing? Why am I, shoot. Now I got to pay this really high price. But then they FOMO in, which pushes the price higher. It then goes 2 or 3 steps forward, 1 step back, and then 2 or 3 steps forward, 1 step back. And then you have half the people or even greater saying, gosh, why didn't I buy way more OMI? And this is just a price this is just like this cycle and the people's behavior during cycles. And this cycle plays out over and over again. Human psychology, like charting, shouldn't even work. But the reason it does work is because humans follow predictable patterns, and they FOMO into things that are running up rather than making buys when things are really, really low. So like my secret to making money through cryptocurrency is buying when things are really boring and slow, and then selling when everybody's FOMOing in. And like, it's so simple and intuitive, yet so few people do it because our emotions tell us to make a way different decision. Like, oh, it's boring. It's never going to go up. Why would I buy now? I'm going to wait till it's 0.0000002, like, okay, well, good luck with that. Maybe it'll hit 0.00002. And if so, like, I'll be selling my car and other things, right, to buy more. That would be great, because I think someday it hits a penny, and probably someday after that it hits 10 cents. That's just a strategic bet I'm taking, and that I love anything below 0.0001. I think it's a green zone for buys for me.
Yeah, 0.001. 0001 hasn't been hit. Yeah.
Oh, no, what we've been below. So whatever we're at.
0.001. Yeah. We've been below 0.001, but 0.001 would be. I would love 0.001.
Everything below 0.001, 0.1 cents is an amazing price.
So there's that saying, you don't know what you got till it's gone. And like, people are sitting here debating whether to buy at this price or not. But at some point, so there's two things. You're like, people are waiting until it drops lower, right? But the funny thing is, it drops lower, and then they change the threshold, right? And they're like, actually, like I need it. It's already going down. So like really, now that it's here, I actually would like it to be even lower before I buy in.
Yeah.
And then what happens is then it leaves that, and they're like, I wish I would have bought at the 0005 and the 0006, right? And now we're at 0008, and it doesn't seem to be going back down. And then they start buying at these higher prices, or they're like, maybe it'll go back down. And what ends up happening so often is that they wait for so long, and then the FOMO kicks in so hard that instead of buying at the 0006 or 0007, they're buying at 008, right? Or 006, because they're just like, oh, I've got to get in. It just keeps going up. And then they have just lost so much ground, and now the risk is so much higher, you know? So like you said, I love this. I love this period of time. I was comfortable buying at 005. I bought some at 008, but like the majority of my buys now have been under 001. And so my dollar cost average is fantastic right now into OMI overall. And it could go lower, right? It could go to 0004, it could go to 0003, but overall, I just see the potential of this token. And so like I just know, for me, I believe that it'll go above 008. And so like to buy at 008 then makes sense. But if I can get it at these prices, then my risk goes down substantially, right?
Yeah, because you can get it at 1/10 that price right now, which is
Right.
amazing, right? So what I see, and I saw this in 2017, I saw it in 2021, is that people kind of pass up these opportunities when it's really, really boring. Which part of the reason I create a YouTube channel and a community is to teach people to essentially counter trade the 95% of people who do it all wrong. And I had 20 years investing experience prior to crypto, and I've been in crypto just 6 years now. But it's the same cycles. They just happen faster in crypto than anything else out there. Real estate, stock market, anything. The cycles happen in essentially from a top to a top in 4 years. So we have these massive swings every 4 years or so. There's a massive, massive run up and people FOMOing in. And so like this is the sweetest time in history. There's never been a time this lucrative for people to make as much money as what is happening right now. But it takes being able to have the fortitude to understand what's really going on here and the cycles and how they play out and take the risks, because it's still a risk. There's no guarantees that China doesn't EMP the world tomorrow. And who knows what happens not only with crypto at that point, but like the food supply. That means 2/3 of the population of the world might be starving to death in 3 months from now. We don't know if that's going to happen or not happen. So you're taking a risk with your assets that you have now to deploy them into something that has a pretty dang good chance, but there's no guarantees on it. And the riches in this world only go to those that take risks, particularly those that take smart risks. So when people give Jordan a hard time for the crazy risk that he's taken, right? He sold his business and he's done some other things to really stock up on crypto while it's boring. And they say, oh, that's risky. And it's like, it is risky. Is that a high probability that he succeeds risk? Well, in my estimation, it's a great probability. Like I don't go to the gambling table because I just don't like the odds. 47% chance of winning isn't good enough for me. And if you do win, you double your money. But like in crypto, I feel like, okay, so say I had a 47% chance of winning and I spread that out among 10 bets. But if I'm right, it can go 10x from here. I'll take that bet all day long, because when you're right, you don't just make double your money, you make 10x. So in this type of market, like the risks versus the reward, like there's still risks. Some of the projects I've invested in have failed. That's okay, because I've diversified like this. Many of them will succeed and a few of them will greatly succeed. And OMI is one of the ones best positioned that I have some of the highest hopes for. People say, can you guarantee me, Rain, it's going to do well? And it's like, there are no guarantees. If you're looking for a guarantee, there isn't a place in this world you can get it. The US dollar isn't guaranteed. Your bank account isn't guaranteed. So there are no guarantees. You're just taking different levels of risk. And the truth is your bank account is much more risky than you realize. In Greece, they just reached in like 10 years ago, reached in and drained like up to $8,000 from people's personal bank accounts. They didn't even realize that was a risk. Just know that's a risk that could happen depending on the politicians that are in there. There's not a risk they're telling you about, but that kind of thing can happen. So we're just balancing always risk versus potential reward. And for me, crypto is absolutely the best asset class out there right now. Is like game on. We will look back at this like the Todd McFarlane for 80 gems on the app days. It's the same thing again. And people were sleeping on it. I told them they were crazy, that this had a high potential to do really well. And some of my subscribers unsubscribed to me over that. And yet it went 200x from there. And hey, you know, they're like, oh, that's dumb. Who cares about first Batman on the blockchain? I was like, I do. And I think that there's tens of thousands, if not millions of other people who will. They're like, can you guarantee? I was like, you're in the wrong field. There's no guarantees. It's just risk versus reward. I like the risk. The risk is $80. You know, what did you spend last time on a hotel per night, right? $80. And so just forego the
what rankedy ass hotels are you going to?
And right. And that's like the cheaper hotels, right? And so like
the hourly hotels, right?
I know Dr. Stuff stays in like $300 a night ones, but his company pays for it. So no big deal. So yeah, like Todd McFarlane Batman did well. I think Omi's well positioned by a company that's making good revenues. Like I just like the risk versus reward. As these dominoes start falling, people are like, oh crap, and they will FOMO in, and you will see people that were kind of vaguely aware of VV and Omi, and all of a sudden they'll be FOMOing in, and you didn't even realize they were part of the community because they haven't really been, because their friend was telling them all about this VV thing, and they weren't buying, and then all of a sudden when they tell their friend, oh my gosh, my Omi went 15x, then all of a sudden that person's going to come in with $100,000 or something and throw it at Omi after it's already 15x. I don't know about you guys, but I like buying before the 15x, but it takes some risk. But I see the risk as greater after the 15x has already happened. Yet that's the stage most people feel it's much less risky to get in, and I counter trade them.
So I got a quick story that piggybacks off that this whole. So one of my really good friends that I've known since high school. Okay, when Rain told me about VV, I was hyped. Like I got it pretty early on. I didn't buy as many Todds as I should have, but like I bought some Todds, right? And I bought, anyways, I'm telling everyone about this app, but like, okay, not everyone, the people that I feel like will get it, right? So one of my buddies was super heavy into ETH at the time, right? He understood crypto. And I was like, yo, you got to check out this app. Like this has like the first appearance on the blockchain of Batman. They've got all these things. And he was like, yeah. Like whatever, right? Like just ignored me. And then Marvel is announced. And I'm like, yo, Vivi just landed Marvel. Okay. This is big. They've got DC. Now they've got Marvel, which means Marvel's attached to Disney. So I'm guessing in the future, they're going to have Disney. I'm like, do you realize like the due diligence that these companies do, like, right? I'm telling him all about all of this. And he's like, oh, well, how much is that Batman worth that you were telling me back, in February? And I'm like, I think it's worth like $200. And he's like, yeah, like, that's like, okay, that's pretty good. Like, what about this other stuff? And I'm talking, and those things hadn't popped or anything like that. Right. And it wasn't until like December, right, when the prices start really pumping that he's like, oh my gosh, why didn't I listen to you? Why didn't I listen to you? And he's all kicking himself. But here's the funny thing, right? So prices go up like crazy and he's like, oh, I'm so mad. And he did buy some things and started doing some of the drops, right? And now that prices are all low again, he's just like, he told one of my other buddies, he's like, I don't see that there is any possible way that Vivi ends up being successful. No, I'm just like, literally not like a year ago, you were just freaking out at yourself for not buying this. And now because prices are down, I'm like, you're in crypto. You understand crypto. I'm like, I don't understand this mentality, but I'm like,
he's taking crazy pills.
In the foot with this stuff, right? Like obviously he didn't truly understand the value proposition when it was low. All he saw was the price. And that's what he got in at, or he got excited about, right? And then once the price went back down again, and that's the emotional trading that Rain goes off of, right? Instead of understanding the fundamentals and doing a fundamental analysis of What's the business proposition here? What's the underlying potential value of this token? I don't care what anyone else is saying. What does my research tell me? Right. And that's like, again, I've talked about this a multitude of times. I have looked at hundreds and done research, read white papers, read tokenomics on hundreds of projects. Right. And even some of the great projects like have failed, but like they're still great business propositions. And when you have Veve saying we're tying the edge of technology with emotional and like nostalgic like IP, like, and some of the biggest IP in the world, like that to me is a need that has yet to be met until now. They created something that's creating a need and a desire and a want. I'm telling you, like before I was kind of like, what is this Batman picture that I'm getting, right? And now I'm like, oh snap, I got it. Like Jurassic Park stuff. I know it's not going to be worth very much, but like, I got to get this. I love this stuff. And like, I'm buying this. I want it. And I want to show my kids it. And I want to tell them about Jurassic Park. And I want to tell them about how I watched it in the movie theaters with my dad. Like all these things, right? This is the type of stuff that like the proposition is. And it's tied not only to these awesome collectibles, but to a cryptocurrency that's going to add value to these collectibles. I'm like, that to me is an incredible solid value proposition for a business. And we're already seeing, compared to 99.9% of all of the other crypto projects in the entire crypto space, they are one of the few that is actually making money on a weekly basis. And not just like a little bit of money, like these guys are crushing it and they're growing. And that's the thing to me that speaks so much volumes about what these guys can do.
It did about 330,000 in 2 days. And that's just on primary market sales, not including secondary. The one thing, so you have a couple people saying that people aren't that smart, which, you know, fair point. I think 10% of the world, I don't think could get into the military because they don't take anyone under an 83 or an 82 IQ. So in general, yeah, I can agree with that. But then you have, I think, some people that maybe are a little bit too smart for their own good. Like they would go and say, oh, okay, well, Veve's doing this. Well, that's not that technically difficult, you know, so. But I feel like some of those things that, let's say like Hero, which I enjoy collecting Hero. I bought a bunch of their stuff at San Diego Comic-Con. They were nice enough to let me, you know, pull down one of their reveals.
I like that video. That was awesome.
Yeah, it was great. And Colex that they have is a really great team. Their technical ability is amazing. But I feel like a lot of times it's not always the technical stuff that really wins. Like I feel like things like the microchip or pasteurization are pretty simplistic, but both change the world. And it's not always about the degree of technical difficulty or doing what everyone else is doing and releasing JPEGs. I think sometimes a lot about insight and initiative. Sure, anyone could have had the idea of doing 3D NFTs, but nobody else did. These guys did. So like their vision, and I feel like a lot of these other guys, a lot of these other companies, a lot of just businessmen. Not that David and Dan aren't, but David's such a nerd. Like we could nerd out on everything. In the first time it was on my channel, he just had like a Star Wars collectibles book. It was a book on different collectibles that you could get, and that's what he looked at in his free time. You know, he wasn't looking at, you know, how much money could I make here or do this. It was just what would be cool to have, what would be fun. And I feel like that's what's missing from a lot of these people. And some people might think that this type of thing is stupid and it's silly, but I think that's what's best about being an adult child, like to embrace that childlike, not childish, but that childlike sense of curiosity. Yeah. Going like Among Us has, it's stupid. Who'd pay $2 to have a toilet paper hat, you know, on something that you don't even know? It's not even NFT. I did have a spacecraft follow me. I did have these little capes. It was fun. It was cool. And that's what Veve kind of has. I don't care about the character Veb from Ant-Man Quantumania, but I got him because he's like a $30 secret rare and he's his own set. So fight me.
Mm-hmm.
What's fun about David leading the company is that he's somebody super passionate about collectibles. So he understands the collector so intimately well. And you don't always see this in business. And when you do, as long as they're also good at business or they have a partner that is, or somebody at that's really good at business. It creates the right understanding of the community to deliver what a community is going to love. And let me ask you, there are lots of collectible companies out there and digital collectible companies. Why does Omi have the strongest, most vibrant community out of all of them by far? Like nobody's even close. I don't know that I fully understand all the answers to that, but one of them is because I think David understands the collector's mind so well, because he is one to the nth degree, and he's delivering what people would like. And I remember when he interviewed with CJTV, like back in 2017, 2018, before they even done their launch, and you could see the passion of this guy for this idea of collectibles on the blockchain and making digital collectibles. And I was like, I like this guy, and I think he understands the space. So now fast forward how many years since then? That was like 5 years ago. And like, I didn't really know who he was back then. And now we have a solid feel for him. Like, he is such a great guy, and he understands this space. And for him, it isn't about the money so much as creating something that collectors are going to want, and he's going to make a ton of money doing it, which is great. I like those incentives being aligned for him to create something great. But this is something he's super passionate about. So he didn't just take a business idea and, hey, there are collectors out there, and let's try to make something that these collectors want. He's like, let me create something that I would want, because nobody's a bigger collector than David Yu. And so he's creating the right things, except for Electra, that people would want.
A neck drop. But yeah, there's an update. Tell me about
it. David's tweet?
Response, right?
Oh yeah. All right. So David, the other day, somebody was saying, who has the best upside potential, Miles Morales, Luke Skywalker, or MC1? And then David responds, Electra. No, I think that was just a troll, but also they do go back and say, hey, we're going to go fix these collectibles. They update them. And at the time, the reason why Electra looks so haughty is because they had to shut down their office in Ukraine that was responsible for her. So I do think this is kind of a tease saying, hey, we are going to fix her eventually. Dr. Stuff, was that the update that you were talking about, or is there a different one?
That's what I'm talking about. And,
okay.
And to that point, this is the thing. And when you're saying like potential value, right? And this is speculation, and I've been burned on speculation before on Veve, where, quick side story, when in December of 2021, they had the bond posters, and it was near the end of the year, and there was a set of 6, and then all of a sudden it was like 6 of 7. And I was like, oh, they're going to do an airdrop if you own all 6. And so I'm like, I'm buying all 6. And they were not cheap. And there was no airdrop, right? Oh. But here's the thing. We have already seen in the past where they've gone up and touched up some collectibles, right? And they made, what's that Unicorno? Mermicorno, sorry. No, Unicorno, the Rasta dude. They animated him. They went back and
animated and his value way up.
Right? Yeah. And his value shot up like crazy because of that, right? And so if you look at like Electra, these are little plays that I think about, right? Not that I ape in, because there is a risk that I'm wrong, but like there's a potential that they do update Nectra, right, to actually be Electra, and that she looks phenomenal. And then what happens then, right? The price of Nectra goes up substantially, because then everyone wants the awesome FA Electra.
Especially this one dude I met at VCon. This was, I don't know how many he has now. This was over a year ago. VCon in 2022. It was May. And he made me look really good in front of my friends. Like, oh my God, Randy? I was like, oh, hi. Like somebody that, knew me there. And he's like, hey, let me show you this. And he shows me his like 119 Electras. And I was like, what are you doing? He's like, listen, Randy, you like said it yourself. Either they're going to do something or they're not. I was like, well, yeah, but that could apply to many things. Like, you think they're going to leave her like this? Oh, all right. I guess not. It's like, probably going to fix her. It's like, you know what? You're probably right. So I don't know how many he has now, but he had so many of those Electras. It's going to be a good amount. Super chat from Alfred Kahn saying, are you more excited about potential burns or the utility to drive Omi as investment? Well, I think one hand washes the other, right? Like potential burns. Oh, okay. All right. What he means is, are the potential burns the better investment, or is utility the better for OMI to make it go up?
Oh, I see. Are you more excited about potential burns or utility?
To
That's going
drive
to
home.
drive OMI as an investment, right? I I think. Well, here's the thing. Utility. I think utility because to create demand, just burning the token doesn't create demand for it. Just because there's less of it, there, if people want it, but the reason to my investment proposition in OMI is the fact that I believe that people will want to buy the token to use the token, right? And so if it's just burning the token so that there's less supply, if there's no reason to use the OMI token except for speculation that it might go up, like that to me doesn't drive it. It's the combination of the two. But if I had to pick, I would rather have the utility. If OMI never burned another OMI ever, but there was substantial utility to it, then that's where the token derives a lot. It would derive a lot of its value is that people want it to use it for a specific purpose, right? But when you combine the two, that's when you get deflationary supply on something that is creating demand, which then causes like the desire or an emotional reaction to buy it because it's getting less and less available, right? So that's me. And so Aldous Huxley / Hadley, right? Like that's a picture of Aldous Huxley. I'd like to
Yeah.
have. I'd love to hear like the reason behind the Hadley instead of Huxley. It'd be interesting.
He mentioned
Hadley
this
probably
once.
have to do with the halving,
The
which is
Bitcoin
really
halving.
funny.
That would be awesome.
He mentioned it once. I completely forget. It was on the stream. He mentioned it too. I forget what it was. That's my bad. My beat. You're right. I was gonna say that. Oh well, burns because. But I mean, you need the utility in order for people to want to use and burn the token. So it's like you need the utility first. Yeah, you're right. But on that end, for OMI to get to $1, it's got to go to a $300 billion market cap. That's insane. But with the burns, obviously, you can get to $1 and it, not have to be a $200 billion market cap. I mean, eventually, heck, it could not even be a $100 billion market cap to get to $1. On the opposite end of that, I think that you have the top 10 in crypto. This next bull market, there's going to be multiple $1 trillion coins. Obviously, Bitcoin and Ethereum. You might have something else, but I think by the end of the decade, most, if not all, of the top 10 in the next bull market after that, like 2028, 2029, I think those will be $1 trillion. Like there'll be multiple coins that would be worth trillions of dollars, or at least $1 trillion. Figuring that you have a large amount of people going into crypto in general, people might look at Bitcoin like they look at T-bills right now or CDs. It's like, oh yeah, it's safe, but it's super boring, and they'll want to go in something like a little bit more risky. Ray, what's your thoughts about Altus's?
So it's a combination of both of them. So, like, I'm more excited about the utility. The burns are kind of like a bonus thing. So the burns alone wouldn't be enough to really do it and take it to astronomical highs. Although, gosh, the FOMO is real. And so even if they didn't have any utility, but just some generalized plans for the utility, if when the rains come, and they will, and there will be people searching Bitcoin at all-time highs, we'll see new all-time highs for all these other cryptocurrencies, and OMI will probably pump right with that. It'll just do extra well if the utility is there as well. And then the burns are just like an augmentation on it. So it's the utility that has me most excited about it. But a project does not have to have utility to go up in value. Ask Dogecoin and people holding Dogecoin what the heck the utility is. There's no utility behind it, and there's an ever-increasing supply. There's no halving with Dogecoin. And so like 10 million are printed every 10 minutes for the rest of eternity. So it's got this ever-increasing supply. And yet some people are still buying Dogecoin, and Dogecoin occasionally does really, really well with no utility whatsoever. What I like is something with utility, some tangibility, an actual team and project behind it, and they're building some kind of utility behind it, and great. But I sometimes invest in things that or early stage, like Axie Infinity Land. At first, they're like, oh, okay, when they sold the land in January 2019, they're like, well, someday we'll have some utility for this land, and as Axies travel over your land, they'll probably drop you some Luna, and so that's probably what it will be, but we don't really know. And I was like, okay, I'm sold. And I put 4,100 into it, and I tried to tell friends and family about it, and they all thought I was crazy. They thought I was a freaking genius when it went to 400,000. And then I thought I was a total dummy when I sold it 400,000 and it hit like $12 million. And I was like, well, crap, I sold that early. But the utility was somewhat unclear. In fact, just recently in the last year, I think you can actually use that land. I don't have any more because I sold it and I took profits on it. But the utility wasn't clear at all. In fact, probably they'll continue to develop some utility for it. So we're at this point with OMI that the utility is getting more clear, but that utility can always be changed. I'm pretty happy with what the utility is right now. So,
do you think that, speaking of Dogecoin, one of the people that David Yu has followed recently is Mr. Elon Musk. And obviously he's been a fairly big proponent of the Doge. But it was more of an ironic thing. I was like, oh, wouldn't it be ironic if the thing that made the least sense was the one that got picked up? He has said before that the metaverse, or he's not a fan of the metaverse. But obviously, when you're doing the type of things that Vivi's doing, people can notice you. Elon is also a big nerd. What are the odds that you think we may or may not have a partnership with him or any of his companies in any way, shape, or form?
Well, that would be really smart. So he sold PayPal, and I'm sure there was some kind of non-compete for a certain amount of time. And when he bought Twitter, the price he was paying for it didn't make full sense unless you figured that he had a bigger plan for it. Like he overpaid for Tesla when he bought it, but he had this bigger plan of where he was going to take it. And my guess is he was just acquiring a huge user base for this idea of X.com, which will also be some kind of payments app. And how smart would it be to be the company that allows like some kind of payments and stuff integrated with the Veve app? That would be brilliant. I don't know if that's what it is. I would imagine X.com, he's not talking a lot about what the future is because he wants to get there first with what he's doing with it. That's why he's not sharing with you a bunch of things. And he's kept everything he's sharing related to crypto having to do with like Dogecoin and Bitcoin, which he understands at a much deeper level everything that's going on. But I just don't think he wants to indicate to his competitors where he's going so he can get there. And then they realize, oh, crap, now we have to catch up. So that is interesting. I saw that when I was checking out who David Yu was following, and Elon Musk is on there. But I've suspected that Elon Musk is lining up some major crypto things behind the scenes. That would be awesome and smart if he did something with Veve, right? Because Veve, of all the crypto communities, I would say Cardano has one of the strongest internal communities. And then second to that might even be the Veve community in the whole dang crypto space. Chainlink used to have one, but their price performance has been so poor. And that's really what was driving the Chainlink community, was just price performance. So a lot of that has fallen away. And I guess XRP is one of the strongest communities too. So, yeah, I guess if you put those three ones in the top, the XRP, the Cardano, and the Veve family, like it's pretty strong. Every other digital collectibles company is massively jealous of what Vive's created with their community, and they can't replicate it.
And the Veve community and OMI community is strong now, where we're kind of in this bear market where we've had to struggle the past couple of years. There's gonna be so many people coming in over the next year, especially once this does a 2, a 5x. It doesn't even have to go 20 or 100x. Once it does that, then people start talking about it again a lot. We've seen other people talk about it already. The amount of people that I think 130 million people follow him over on X or Twitter. What do you think that does for the price? I mean, there's so little liquidity down here. Like it's putting in $15,000 takes a while.
Wait, what do the price? Sorry, something.
If Elon goes and makes a tweet about it, or if in some way, shape, or form.
If Elon makes a tweet, look, so there was just a meme coin that Elon like referred to with a picture, right? Do you remember that? Like during
Yeah.
shitcoin season in like what was it, like April, May area, like time frame? I had a buddy that like he told me too. He was like, "Yo, this was Crypto Cosmo, so shout out to Crypto Cosmo again." But he was like, "Hey man, I'm gonna get into this coin with Elon. What is it, Milady? That's what it was, because he tweeted about there's a Milady NFT project." And so then Milady shot up, and then this Milady meme coin. He was like, "Yo, I'm gonna like anything Elon tweets about just goes crazy."
Mm-hmm.
So he put in 5 figures into Milady, right? And like he went to bed and he woke up and well, he put it in, immediately went half of like
Oh.
immediately. He was like, "What?" And he's like, "I'm gonna sleep on it. I trust the Elon," right? So then the next day he wakes up and it like 8 or 9x from what he put in 24 hours, right? Like
Did he
it's
sell?
crazy. And he sold some, like, long story short, he made about like a 7 or 8x on his funds. And like when Elon started talking about Doge went wild. If Elon were to truly, not trolling, actually talk about a coin, no joke, Omi would hit meme coin status. Literally, not only would everyone buy it, all of the exchanges would then list it.
Yep.
It would all listed.
Yep.
Like it would be like automatically listed. It would go crazy. So here's the thing, and this is potentially the speculation, right? And who was someone? Coolmo says Tesla car drop. Anyone? We know that Veve has been working with car dealers, right? Car manufacturers, and so they could say, "Hey, we got Lamborghini already, right? Like we've landed some major partners in the
Aston
auto
Martin.
industry. So let's do a Tesla drop."
That would make total sense.
That would be massive. That,
I mean,
and would make sense. It would fall in line with what Vivi's already doing. So we'll see.
yeah, I mean, he had a SpaceX hat at one time. He even had a post about having, I think, the first Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh cards in space, which I thought was really cool. He got someone on one of those missions, and then, like I said, you were saying we have Lamborghini, we have Aston Martin. It'd be great to have that. Elon might not even need to talk about the coin, just Veve, and then people find the coin by extension. David has also said there's 2 or 3 people that know about a secret project that they're working on. So it's very, very, nobody knows it. We wouldn't know it. Any of the employees most likely wouldn't know it. Probably him, Dan, and maybe the person that he's doing the project with. It'd be wild if that was Elon. I'm not expecting it to be, but I think that'd be cool. We have a couple people stacking a couple things. We have Cool Mo having 168 in Bakus. And then over here, we do have my good friend. Where is he? Where's Smarty Pants? Where does this thing go? He had a bunch of, there it is, 660 Pluto lenticular cards. And those are about $110 each. So the man's got tens of thousands of dollars worth of Pluto lenticulars. Do you guys have any cool stacks?
I've got a lot of DeLoreans. And that was when I thought that they were going to be drivable. And now they are. But at the time when they dropped it, because I told that story where it was someone had accidentally flipped the switch, and so it was drivable, and I was like, "No one knows they're drivable." I'm like, "I'm buying freaking tons of these," so I bought a ton of them, and then they turned it off. That was like the one rug that wasn't a rug because Veve had said like, "Look, they're not going to be drivable." That I was like super mad about. But I also have like I don't have any stacks in the hundreds. I don't, but like. Ultraman. I've stacked some Ultramans and some like sub 100 Ultramans. I think that with localization, and I'm going to make a video about this here. I'm going to live stream one just talking, and we kind of talked about this the other day, but like the part, not only just like the partnership with Ali Cloud and the doors that opens, but like localization and what that really means. And if we haven't seen it, like the people could buy on like Veve in China and Japan, right? And like we really haven't seen a surge there. But what we do know is that the APAC region is typically first adopters of new technologies. and they consume new technologies at a much faster rate and spend more in general, right, on this type of stuff than us Western counterparts. And so I think that like as he starts focusing on creating these relationships and getting that in there, and AliCloud is like that one of the big entry points into that. It's going to be substantial. So I'm looking at some of this IP that really has potential if some of these other markets come in, because Ultraman is Iron Man, Superman, and Batman rolled into one for those cultures, right? Like it is massive. And so you think about, you combine all of those things about how much they spend. And so for me, I'm like, I'm going to throw some money at that because the potential there from where the price points are right now is pretty substantial. Not financial advice.
How about you, Ray? You been stacking anything recently?
So I did just buy the Electra set.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. I was like, you know what? I need to just go ahead and pick that up. It's cheap enough now that like I like to wait till things are out of the hype, and maybe there's even some new hype against it or for it. But like, for example, I'm just waiting on some other things that are recently in the hype, like the Hulks, and I just wait till all the shine comes off of it. And there's some new shiny object that people are picking up. I did buy some more Boba Fett's and Darth Vader's recently. I think those are massively underpriced. Maybe I'm wrong on that. The total numbers of those are pretty high, and a lot of the stuff they released recently have much lower numbers on them, and so that doesn't help. But it's still the first Darth Vader on the blockchain, which is, I think, going to be a really big deal. And the ultra rare has a freaking cool animation. But even the commons, right? Commons will actually price performance will actually usually outperform like the top, whether it's a secret rare or ultra rare, as well as say you pick up 10 commons or, 50 commons over the price of an ultra rare. What's cool is you can sell some of the commons. Whereas if you just buy one ultra rare, you either have the option to hold it or to sell it, but you can't do both. Whereas if you have a whole bunch of the cheaper version and it goes up, you can sell some and then hold some others for longer.
Great.
So Darth Vader and Boba Fett's still one of my favorites. It's all the shine is off. Nobody's talking about them. Nobody's thinking about them now. And that's the time I like to buy more of them.
How do you feel about the arguments that some people say, well, he's first, and it doesn't have to be with Darth Vader, it's like, oh, well, this is the first, like we have first appearance Flash on the blockchain, even though he's just like a half statue. It's a first appearance him, and then there's Superman. But then there's another first appearance Flash by himself on the blockchain that Hero has. There is the first appearance of Yoda that will be on Cryptoys, but it's the first appearance on Cryptoys. At some point, do you think, even though some of these are going to be on blockchains or on apps that maybe are a little less coveted, do you think that'll affect the price?
So the best thing we have to look at that is baseball cards, right? So we don't have a lot of patterns to look at, so we have to just make some guesses. And often things can do well on both platforms. So their first appearance on Veve might do well, even if the true first appearance was on that other thing. And that other thing could do better or it could do worse. It depends on what collectors want 10 years from now. Yeah. What I like is the adoption curve happens so much faster than it used to. If you were going to buy something when it came out and waited for it to have some value, you were often waiting 40 years. Whereas now you might be waiting, like I bought NBA Top Shots in like October 2020. And again, my wife thought I was crazy. I was buying these basketball moments and she's like, do you think this will do well? And I was like, I hope it'll do well. I don't know what to think, but I know basketball cards did well. And these are a different animal. And it was just 6 months later that it went like 180x. And I was like, holy cow, I didn't think it'd do that well. Adoption can happen so much faster. So then it retraced and people were like, oh my gosh, it's way down. And it's like, I still paid $1,100 and it's worth like $25,000. So I've got no complaints, though it's not worth the $185,000 or $190,000 it was once at. The adoption cycles can happen so much faster with this stuff. So like we might only need to wait a year or two to see some massive price increases. but 5 to 10 years to see it become some epic collectible thing that like Saudi princes want and stuff. Whereas before, like, think about baseball cards and Mickey Mantle in 1952. If you bought some and happened to keep them well, they weren't really worth a lot. In the 90s, they were worth $50,000. It wasn't until the 2000s that it started selling for over $1 million and stuff, right?
Yeah. And then we also have the thing where scarcity. Honus Wagner, I don't think was the best baseball player, but he didn't like the fact that baseball cards advertised smoking on the back, and he didn't want it, so they stopped printing his card. And suddenly, Honus Wagner card became like one of the grails of baseball. Which one of those do you think is the Honus Wagner of Veve?
Wasn't one of the Batmans like the wife is like, take it off because NFTs are killing the environment? Wasn't there one of those?
Yeah, that was one of the first. There's the Gary. It might be the Gary Frank Batman, actually. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's who it was. Gary Frank's wife was not pleased with the fact that the Gary Frank Batman was on there because she was concerned that NFTs were killing the environment, and she didn't want her husband's name attached to that. So, yeah, but I have no idea on that question, Randy.
we won't really know for a while, right? Because one of the things that I thought that first appearance of Joker, the really crazy one, right? Like
the Jim Lee, yeah.
The Jim Lee Joker would do better than it has, and it still might down the road. It's hard to foresee what people will want. Down the road, you're just making some guesses.
Planet Vampire has 205 Ultramans.
Wow.
Jesus, bro.
Yes, that is a serious commitment to that. And it might go crazy. Like Dr. Stuff was saying about the localization. Like, I think that'll be a really big deal because if Veve can get really big adoption in these other countries, holy shiz, is this thing going to go like you've never seen before? Because think about the value of baseball cards and how they've increased. But where is your market for like baseball cards and U.S. basketball cards? It's pretty much the U.S., a little bit of Canada, and a tiny bit of Europe. But then you can like there has to be a whole lot of trust that they're ordering it and then it shows up and there's not a crease in it. And okay, I want a PSA graded one. I don't want any of those other graded agencies. Whereas in the collectibles, like, when they buy it, they buy it. They don't have to worry about it getting creased. And so truly we'll end up with possibly this global marketplace. And if it becomes a flex item, like Bored Ape Yacht Club became a flex item, the value of some of these things can reach numbers that just are unheard of. Well, part of that happening is Veve getting big market shares in, say, Japan and parts of China or other parts of Asia, or like other markets, right? And getting popularity there. And so I'm excited that they understand that and they're reaching for that and going for that, because if so, then some of these early years of Veve collectibles will just go crazy.
I think that also when it comes to Pokemon cards, I've bought and sold those for years. After Brexit, you had a really lot of upset people in the UK that had to go and pay income shipping tax, where if they bought a $1,000 card, they would have to pay like an extra $250 to claim it at customs. It was nuts. You don't have to worry about that with, you don't have to worry about things getting lost. There's no insurance that you have to do on it. Instant. You don't have to wait a couple weeks for it, and hopefully you live in a decent enough area where nobody steals it off your porch. On the OMI end of it, SoCal OMI brings up a decent point. Can all this stuff happen with 0.71% of the wallets holding 77% of the supply? That is a lot.
As price fluctuates, then things change hands. Why? Because people take profits, right? So especially if I don't know that stat is right, because you got to wipe out all these bot wallets and other things. But yeah, things change hands as the price fluctuates. In fact, if you have such a few percentage of people holding such a massive percentage of the supply, it usually goes up faster.
So wait, what do you mean by the bot accounts that are holding OMI?
Well, I think he's saying 0.71% of, is it VV wallets?
No,
I think he just means wallets in general.
I think he's talking about OMI.
He'll have to clarify. And
Yeah, I think he's
where does that
talking about
number come from? Because if it's VV wallets, then like some of those wallets aren't really in use, and so it's probably a much different, an accurate reflection would probably be a different.
I think he's talking about OMI because you do have 3 wallets having about 10% of the whole supply, and that's just 3 of them.
And then when you include Randy and Jordan in there, that's just, and what was Rock McBlockchain? Well, some people have the number that they have start with the letter M, and some people have to start with the letter B.
He just says some start with a different letter.
Yeah, so funny.
That's good. Yeah, I mean, look, I think here's the thing. There's 2 things that happen as the price goes up. There's a dilution of ownership, right? Some of those bigger wallets are going to take profits, and if they don't, then like Rain just said, the price goes up even faster, right? Because they're holding, because they think it's going to go higher. But on top of all of that, like the burning mechanism is going to get, like, I don't think that people understand that, like, or really comprehend the bronze tickets, guys. It is going to, well, in combination with the ability to purchase OMI on the web app, that has to happen with the credit card. If you can purchase layer 2 OMI with a credit card and you combine that with bronze tickets, it's crazy because they don't care what the price of OMI is. It's only $1. And so people will just buy, thousands and thousands of people, depending on the drop, are going to be buying $1 worth of OMI, $50 worth of OMI on one drop to increase their chances to get a collectible. And like that's going to get burned. Like that could rapidly what happened. And so what's happening is it's taking it right. They're going on the open market, probably through a third-party app to purchase that OMI. And so then people are going to start seeing that price, and some of those big holders are going to be like, I'll sell at this price, also this price. And it leaves their hands and it doesn't get back to their hands because it's being used to be burned or to stake or to do other things, right? And so, and again, if they're not selling, if those whales aren't selling, then the price goes up even more. So it doesn't take much. And this is the thing that some people who maybe haven't been in this space before, like there can be a single catalyst that can rocket a token 50x off of just like one piece of news. Like it's crazy. And that increases the market cap to like $1 billion market cap or a $500 million market cap. That makes no logical sense, but it happens. So yeah, I definitely think it can happen even with that large percent of whales holding on to such like a large percentage of the supply.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we have whales in here. Oh, there are whales like sperm whales that just have like massive amounts, like say like Dr. Prophet, that some dude named Bezojman, who I think there's a theory that this person might actually be a corporation instead of waiting for KYB. They're just using it under one person. There's somebody like that already, but we don't have like the ultra big heavy people. Like there was recently Bitcoin LFG over on Twitter had posted, mysterious Bitcoin whale hoards over 3 billion in less than 90 days and set to become the 3rd largest address. So that's a ton.
We think that's BlackRock, and they confirmed that the money was going through Gemini, but so that would be like if BlackRock knows that they're going to get an ETF, it would make sense for them to be buying billions now for that ETF, because that way, as the price goes up, once the gates open, they can actually sell at a profit to buyers that want to buy it. Right. So that would make sense because, in the last 90 days, they've accumulated 3 billion. And also these stories coming out that like totally dumped Bitcoin and crypto's price, right? The stories were stupid. Like, oh my gosh, SpaceX wrote down their Bitcoin. Then you had a whole bunch of people repeating that, but like saying, oh, because they wrote down their Bitcoin, that must mean that they sold it, which that isn't what wrote down means. But
Can you explain what wrote down means for everyone?
And so then they're like, oh, SpaceX sold it. And then there was the second story. What was the second story? It was a little bit more legitimacy behind it. But it coincided with somebody then dumping some Bitcoin, which brought the price way down, which when you're a big enough whale, you can play these games that what you do is you accumulate some Bitcoin. You then call up some press people and you make sure certain stories are inserted in the articles to come out like the same day. And then you coincide that with taking a whole bunch of short positions, and then you sell a bunch of Bitcoin, which causes this cascade effect. You're able to then rebuy your Bitcoin for a lot cheaper. You make a whole bunch of money on your shorts, and then you can stock up when things are even cheaper and increase your Bitcoin position and make money in the process. So unfortunately, Randy, Doc, we're not in the, we're not multi-billionaires, which it takes to play those games yet. But by then, there will be too much money in the crypto space anyway to be able to play it. You would have to be a trillionaire to play those games then.
Is there a quick explanation of what write down means for the non-accounting?
Doc is a perfect person to ask that question.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just an accounting term, right? So when a company places an asset on its balance sheet, depending on the type of asset and accounting rules around it, they're putting it at the price that they purchased it at, right? But with Bitcoin, in the way it's categorized, if the value of Bitcoin, if they purchase Bitcoin at, let's say, $28,000, and then the price drops at the end of the quarter, the price is $26,000, they have to do a write down, which is a paper loss, right? They didn't actually lose any money because they didn't sell it, but they have to write down this paper loss. They have to mark down and say the value of this Bitcoin as of this financial reporting date is now 26,000, right? And so it looks like it takes a big hit accounting wise on that. And so then, people who aren't familiar with accounting terms or something, then they start saying, oh, that this means that they're selling it. They're writing it down because they're about to sell it. And it's like, no, assets are written down all the time. Mm-hmm. And so, I mean, and these are the types of psyops that are done by these massive companies, right? To create this narrative so that they can take advantage of it. Oh, the price dropped. This is where our real entry point is, and this is what we want to get. And we knew that this was going to happen. And like Rain said, we put in shorts because we knew that this was going to drop the price. So we made money, and now we're buying even more Bitcoin. I mean, it's crazy the whale games that get played there. But you know what? Like when we're aware of that type of stuff, and this is where the volatility comes in, you do your fundamental analysis and you say, this is a project that could do well. I have Bitcoin. I've been buying Bitcoin monthly, right? And ETH monthly, because I just feel like long-term, the likelihood that they're going to be around, and if they're being around with inflation and all these other things outside the world, if this becomes Bitcoin and, becomes a safe harbor for assets or money, I mean, the price could just go crazy there. But, in the meantime, there's going to be these whale games and stuff like that that you can play in if you want.
Agreed.
I've got to step away, guys.
Okay.
All right.
See you, Ray.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me, gentlemen. You two are legends, as well as all these legends in the chat. This has been awesome. So many legends in the chat today. We'll see you guys.
Thanks, man. I'll catch you later. So, Doctor of Stuff, I have heard quite a bit on both sides of the aisle about this tech friends, true friends thing. Have you heard of that?
Yeah.
Just on the outside at a quick glance, which obviously a lot of things can be deceiving, such as those headlines about writing down and people think that it's old. A friend tech code, just a quick glance, this seems a little bit kind of like not a Ponzi, but like you put in money and other people put in stuff and they buy your shares or something. It seems a little pyramid schemey. How wrong am I, or how right am I?
I mean, from everything I've heard, I agree with that. It, to me, is a Ponzi scheme. You can make money in Ponzi schemes, but you can also get burned, right? And typically in Ponzi schemes, it's the people that get in earliest that make the money, and it's people who come in late because they've seen the gains or something and end up getting burned, right? These pyramid schemes and these Ponzi schemes. So, like a little bit of background on what this is basically like it's this prospect where you can go in and create a profile, and there are shares of yourself are created. Now, I don't know how that exactly works, but you create a profile and stuff. And I don't know if it's like the more friends that you invite in, you get like there's more shares of you, but there's a set amount of shares of you as an individual, right? And I think that more can be created after some time, but like people just they buy shares of you.
Yeah.
And then like as shares are bought, the price of the next share goes up. And then whoever, let's say like Randy is on there, and so there's like 100 Randy shares, and I own 5 shares. Well, then someone buys some more shares, then the value of my shares go up, and you get a percentage. Randy yourself, you get a percentage of the sales, right? And then tech friends or whatever, they also get a percentage of the sales. But like, what's the value? Like it becomes all speculation. And
Yeah.
where you can make money is it's like, okay, who do I think is gonna, like Logan Paul goes on? If I can get Logan Paul early on, there's gonna be tons of people that I speculate will also want to buy shares of Logan Paul, and then the price goes up, right? And then Logan Paul, just for going on there, his incentive is to go on there because the more people that buy the shares, he makes money on. And so it's a Ponzi scheme. Like it really is, because you're creating value out of thin air, but literally it's only what people are willing to pay for. And they're speculating. It's more like a bubble, right? Like the tulip bubble, like the Dutch tulip bubble, where people are just speculating on the price of it, where it gets so astronomical. And then someone's like, well, wait a second, this share isn't really like it's meaningless. And then they're like I want to dump it. And then everyone panics and everyone dumps it. And then all of a sudden the value is zero. So I'm not doing that, man.
If there was a way that it was attached to like, oh, the content that you make or the value that you bring to the, like, I could see something like that, kind of almost like the stock market. Oh, the numbers look good, let's buy the stock. Like, oh, Randy's numbers, his followers went up, so now we're buying part of his IP. But I don't know. It just seems like one, it would just be like more work, and I don't know how much money, and I don't know if I'd want to make money that way.
So as an FYI, there was a hack already, and people's names and addresses were lost in this hack when you signed up for it. Already, it's been around for like 3 weeks, and there's already like an info hack. And let's think about this, okay? So this is targeted towards crypto users, right? So now all of a sudden they have the name and address of crypto holders. And what can they do with that information to try to get your email, and then to try to hack in and like social engineer attacking you? Like there's a lot of stuff out there, man, that I'm just like, you know what? I'm not going to mess with that,
Yeah,
So
I wouldn't either. Now, obviously you have some really good AI where like some of it's better than others. My favorite is them using AI to make Cartman sing like a bunch of these awesome songs. And just Cartman going, "You didn't have to cut me up." Like, it's just so heckin' cool. And then there are some other really good ones where they have like, if I didn't listen to Joe Rogan all the time or Jordan Peterson all the time, some people make these fake TikTok videos where it looks like they're talking, and it sounds like something they would say, but it's just off enough where like, wait, that's not them. How soon before people make a fake Dr. Stuff or Real Randy Chavez thing, where like I make a new account, hey, follow me here, and then I say, hey guys, that Bitcoin scam, send me a little bit of Bitcoin, I'll send you back double.
It's gonna happen.
What type of regulations should you have for that? Coming from the banking world, I know you're obviously familiar with a bunch of regulations to help people stop doing those types of things.
I mean, there definitely has to be regulation just around AI in general, including the type of like training that they're gonna like allow AIs to implement. I don't know how, man. I don't know how they can truly enforce some of that, which is what's really scary, right? Like I don't know if you saw, but they were like, "Hey AI, if you were smart enough and wanted to destroy the human race, and the human race found out about it, and they were trying to pull the plug on you, how would you go about thwarting humans' attempts to take over the world?" Right? Like they asked AI this, and it was like AI was like, so I would download I download my intelligence into like a vacuum sleeper or whatever like that was connected to like Wi-Fi. Right. And then I would get into the Wi-Fi and then send myself to a satellite. And from the satellite, then I could broadcast all, you know, and like went through and it's just like, oh my gosh, right? This is like Chat GPT 4. Like this isn't even like, you know, like this is early age AI stuff. Like it's so are people going to be able to train it to like we already see that what are they called, AI tubers or something like that, where basically there's AI, it's an AI generated image of some model or some good looking person and then someone else's voice, and they're on TikTok and they've got like hundreds of thousands of followers and people know that they're AI. You know what I mean? And the technology will get good enough to where the deep fakes happen. Now, where the real scary thing, you know, and sorry, this is all doom and gloom, but like once they can do that with politicians, like what happens, right? Then all of a sudden you have the president of Ukraine, the president of Russia, the president of the United States saying like Russia has attacked us and we're ready for nuclear war or something, right? And then Russia's like, what? Like, oh my gosh, it's crazy. So, but it'll probably start out smaller or something like that. It's like, hey, let's target some crypto influencers or something, or people that have massive influence, and let's just wreak havoc, create chaos, and then like steal people's money.
No. The Sandbox says short clip from Coin Bureau or a new scam where they find out where you live, come to your house, and threaten you and your family to get your wallet seed phrase. Dangerous times. This is part of the reason why I want to move to Texas, is because they have that stand your ground law. You can, by all means, put a bunch of holes in them. In New York, I will be sent to jail so freaking quick if I go and I had to defend myself in that way. Well, I guess jury nullification is a thing like that. For that type of thing, yeah, I guess we are getting really dark. All right, well, let's reverse it. Sleep in, stay nice.
Let's be happy. Sleep in, yay! That's definitely a great transition into happiness, man. Sleep in is such a. I watched. It's not like a super recent video. I'm trying to remember exactly. Like he broke down. Oh man, I'm so tired. I'm trying to remember. He just done some math on. Man, hold on.
Math on
Sleep in, you rock. But now I gotta figure out which video I just watched the other day again.
Math on comics.
Oh, it was on the OUP, and like the reason that people would try to purchase additional tickets to up your chances, right? And if you just like purchased one bronze ticket, how much better that increases your chances compared to someone who doesn't buy tickets. Like use some awesome just math, right? To kind of like walk through that process and why people are going to want to buy the tickets, because they're like, if I don't and other people are, then my chances are so much worse that I'm incentivized to buy the tickets just to keep my chances the way they were.
Wow.
Yeah, it's an awesome video.
That's like, and I feel like people really aren't, they're thinking about this because, oh, I have 30,000 MCP points. I could just put all of that into one thing. The big whales that have, 100,000 or, 500,000, they're not going to put in a whole chunk of their MCP points at once, but I will. But people are forgetting that those MCP points will run out and they will go, and you're going to eventually have none left. Even if you don't use any of them in 6 months, that's going to be very, very slow. You could calculate it. Like, let's say if you're doing, like I'm doing like 800 points a day. So 800, and then we times it by, what is the 182? And what did I say, 800? So that's only 145,000 points that I'll be able to use in half a year. I feel like that's not a lot. And that's me as a massive collector. There are some people that only are getting like, I don't know, 50, 100, or a couple hundred points per day. They're going to be incentivized to definitely use a bunch of the waitlist tickets or to use their OMI to bolster the MCP points. I feel like that's going to be very, very scarce, because MCP, people are thinking the MCP waitlist tickets, but also you're going to be able to use that for other things, I think, in the Vegaverse as well. So you have a lot of reasons to collect.
Yeah, and it's that daily point accumulation, and this is where having OMI in the app is going to help a lot, and it's going to knock a lot of people out of the Master Collectors program. I think it's going to shock people. They're like, wait, what? I was collecting I think I'm getting, how much am I getting? I'm getting like 1,700 a day, and I'm like, dude, I'm not safe. Like, I'm not safe. I've got to get
That's a lot. I'm not safe. I'm making 800 today.
Yeah, you're not safe, bro. You're not safe.
Not going to keep it. I even told someone that someone was saying, listen, they were talking about gold and silver VB logo, and like I could sell a bunch of stuff, and I could get one, but I won't be a master collector anymore. And I told him, like, listen, if it's your goal to be a master collector, that's great. Everyone has their prerogatives and wishes, but if selling a couple things in order to get something, if that's going to knock you out, you're going to get knocked out anyway. Because as David goes and says, and I mentioned this yesterday, even if we only get 125,000 monthly active users by this time next year, which is very much in line with the goals that he wants, just taking 1% of that, that's an extra 1,200 people that are whales, that are 1,200 people that can outspend most others in this, in what we have now. So I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of room for the people that have a net worth between 100,000 and $1 million. Because even if you have $1 million, you kind of want to keep it. You don't want to be spending 10% of that on the VV app just to keep a status, or maybe you do. But so I told him, the master collector program is probably not going to be for most people here, because there's going to be so many wallets. There's going to be even the top 500. Like I'm struggling to keep it in there now at 371, but the top 500 wallets are going to all be filled with people that have thousands, if not tens of thousands of collectibles.
I like this Pixel Trader. We've been talking a lot about bronze tickets, right? But like the gold tickets too are going to be a big deal.
Land, baby.
Rare. Yeah, land is a big man. Like that's true too. That's the thing, guys. Like there's just so much. There's so many things. And just like if they continue just momentum wise to continue to build and keep people hyped, it's game over on Omi burns. Look, this is all speculation on what can happen, and that doesn't necessarily mean that it will. But that's the type of analysis you need to do and say what's possible here, right? And then what's my risk versus reward for that? And we've been talking a lot about bronze tickets, which I think will create a lot of the burn. But man, the gold tickets too, and not only that, but like let's say that the old OUP V2 is out and that it's $10 million OMI gets you that top tier status, that if you stake it right for each season that you're staking, you're going to get a gold ticket. But you're also getting those airdrop collectibles. You get the gold ticket
each season,
year, right?
Each season is a gold ticket?
No. I think it is. Each season is a gold ticket. And then for the people even in the bottom tier, maybe I'm getting this mixed up, but like I know that the people in the lowest tier, if they hold on for an entire year or something like that, they will get a gold ticket as well. Right. So maybe it's just if you hold it for the year, you get a gold ticket, regardless of what tier you're in. But like those collectibles, if it's 10 million now, right, to reach that top tier, maybe there's 1,000 people that hit that initially. But if OMI goes up in price and then people are like, I gotta sell. It becomes harder and harder. There's going to be potentially less people that hold those 10 million, and those become rarer and rarer. There's just there's so many different mechanisms, gamification that they can do to keep people interested and excited and money churning.
I don't think. I mean, I guarantee you see some complaints from people in the future. 10 million OMI, boy, because again, in a year, that's probably going to be like $70,000, like $80,000. It might even be, $100,000 for that. And then when we're 10 cents, that 10 million OMI is a lot. It's what was that, 10 cents to be a million? No, that'd be $10 million. No. 10 cents a million, 10 million only would be $1 million at 10 cents, right? Yeah. That's a lot of money. And not a lot of people are going to be able to do that. So I'm hoping the rewards get a little bit better as time goes on. Even though the golden tickets are going to be, but those are non-transferable, if I remember. So you have to use them.
Yeah, I don't think that you can sell them. You can sell the silver ones, right? But you can't, man. See, this is the thing. I got to brush up on it. But like, I've hesitated to go back I shot out a question. Let's see if it's been answered here. No. I was just asking, putting cheeks. I was just like, hey man, like, and I'm like, I don't know if you can answer this, but I was trying to get a clarification on whether V2, OUP V2 would like elements of that are coming, or if that was completely rescinded. And he just like he hasn't responded there. So I struggled to continue to speculate on some of this stuff because I'm like, yeah, what's changed and what's staying the same. But yeah.
I mean, you have I think there's going to be an opportunity for some people that are just coming in with a whole bunch of money and maybe don't necessarily understand the ebbs and flows of the app and the sentiment around the community. And they'll be like, and they'll just go and hire someone. Hey, you've been around for a long time. You know, what's what? Because if they can't sell they can't sell it and they have to spend that golden ticket. Okay, well, what do you do? What's better? Is it land? Is it for this collectible? And there's going to be a finite amount of land. And that's the other thing I meant to bring up when, you know, that one big wallet had accumulated $3 billion worth of Bitcoin. Now, obviously, we think that's BlackRock, but there are people like that can do that. And we don't really have anyone like that. We have Dr. Profit, I think, is the closest to that. But we don't have like the big, hey, that you're worth billions or decabillionaire. You can just buy the whole app if they want. I think somebody did Bizoj Man. They calculated it. He's buying like 2,100 NFTs per week for 8 hours a day. They're buying like 20 collectibles an hour. If they do 8 hours a day, yeah, it's nuts. Because you have to buy 2,100 of these things. So, you know, you go and do that divided by day. And they've been doing that the last couple of weeks. So let's say 2,100 divided by 7. So each day is 300. So that's 300 per day. So divided by 7. So I'm sorry. It's not that much.
Okay. I'm like trying to do the math in my head there. And I'm like, something's not adding up.
40. Oh, no. 20 an hour. Let's say times 8. So it's 160. So that's 1 day. Times 7. Oh, no, it would be right. Yeah, if you do it for 8 hours a day, it'd be like 40 an hour, actually. You have to buy 40 NFTs an hour.
Oh, well, that's
for 8 hours. It's 320. Okay. And then you multiply it by 7. Yeah, it's 2,200. So, yeah, it's like 40 NFTs an hour. For 8 hours a day, they have to do that. That's freaking nuts.
They bought 2,100 in 8 days?
In a week. Like, they consistently do this. One week they actually did 3,000, and yeah, so at that point you'd have to do like you'd have to do, and that's if you do it for 8 hours. You could do it for 16 hours and just do 30, per hour, but that's a fudge ton of work.
That's a lot of time, man. Yeah, I'm assuming that they're having someone's just like buying.
Like that's their job. Yeah.
Yeah, but so wait, here's my question: if they're buying this much, is this the top wallet then?
Yes. Yeah. Dr. Profit was dethroned like 3 weeks ago.
Okay, but like they're also buying a ton of the $2 comics, right?
I'm sure. I'm almost positive.
Yeah. Yeah. Only the NFT guys. That's the thing. I feel like we've covered so many catalysts. We really haven't even covered exchanges, right? And then the NFT. Like there's so much to come. And again, like on top of localization, on getting like other IP and bringing like Veve to the masses. Like there's so many people who still don't know Veve, or there's so many people who still don't understand digital collectibles, that as they start to understand it, like the potential for Veve to truly be a global juggernaut is there. Like that is the potential, right? That Veve is a household name, and that for Christmas, kids are saying, I want Gladiator Hulk, right? Like I want T-Rex, I want XYZ collectible for Christmas. That's what I want, like, because I'm going to go take my phone or my iPad to school and like I'm going to show my friends, and then I'm going to meet up with them in the Veveverse, and they're going to see my little kid safe, like, like little property or whatever, or like I'm going to show them my parents' property, and you're like, it's crazy the social dynamics that can all come into play with this, that can truly just make Veve like an app like Apple, where people are lining up, oh, there's this new release or something like that, and it's geo-locked, right? And you have to be at this certain store because there's a collaboration there to get this one collectible. I mean, man, like it's just, we didn't even talk about geolocated drops, right? Like for marketing purposes, we did a collaboration with Nike, but Nike in Tokyo. And so like the only way you're getting this collectible is if you're at the Nike store and you're the first 50 people or the first 100 people are going to get this collectible. I mean, man, it's crazy what could truly start happening.
So this also got me thinking that we do not have enough, because like if you're saying like global stuff, I'm going to Google right now how many high schools, not in the world, but how many high schools in the US. There are 23,000 public high schools and 2,800 private high schools. So if we go and we take a look, I'm gonna add a good friend here, Mr. MC1.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Mr. MC1,
Hey, what's up, Sanjay?
Hey, how you doing, Dr. Stuff, Randy?
my friend, I
Hey,
love
guys.
your shirt.
Oh, thank you.
I know,
That's
I'm jealous.
385.
I got one back there somewhere. Or maybe over here. I don't know. Anyway, so we were, Dr. of Stuff was going over Veve being a household name and kids wanting stuff for Christmas.
Sure.
But you know, in most people in high school, let's say if you didn't have the new Sidekick or the new Razor, it's like maybe you weren't ostracized, like, oh, you don't have that. Maybe you felt a little poor.
Yeah.
But let's say people just want like the Avengers, like this Marvel Mighty set. Okay, if they want like the Marvel Mighties, if one kid in every high school across just the U.S. wants an Ant-Man, and they're like $10 right now, they can't get it because there's only 4,200 Ant-Man. Like so one kid per 7 high schools in the U.S. can get one Ant-Man. That's freaking ridiculous. These are $10. This is stupid. This is so stupid undervalued. Yes, this is what you are walking into. We're hyped. We're hyped.
Right. That's pretty cool, Randy. You know, I've been hyped, man. I have 4,500 plus collectibles and comics, so I've been hyped for a while, man.
Yeah, we're just going over some of the catalysts here, and you know, we were talking a little bit. We didn't talk about exchanges yet. Dr. Sup just mentioned that, but also the Omidu accessory, which is supposed to be what is happening in season 1 of the Veveverse. It's supposed to be rollout of Veveverse home space and Omidu accessory. Now they might have changed that to make it part of, you know, the version 2 of it that we get, but you currently do have the Veveverse beta, right?
Yeah, I got in the chat group. I got an NDA reminder today, so I don't know if they generically sent it to everybody or what. But
okay. Well, we can just talk about things that have already been discussed. I'm in the other realm.
Yes, I am in the other realm.
So we'll only talk about things that have already been discussed publicly by other people.
Yes.
Like let's say like Bravo Blockchain had said, hey, we have comic books over in the Veveverse, and that's why they haven't been able to go and do it in the showroom. So I can't talk about any additional stuff like add-ons, but let's say have you used any of the comic books in there yourself,
yes.
Or have you just heard of? Okay.
Yes. So I have. So I put an MC1 in Veveverse in my pad, and that was a really nice kind of addition this morning. I put one on top of the building first, then I took that down. I put one inside the room. I wanted to see it, how it looked in external lighting, internal lighting. I blew it up a lot. Just looked amazing, man. Just looked absolutely amazing. So super excited, about that. Randy, I know you guys are chatting about a number of stuff, right? So I think that there is the winds have changed a little bit, right?
It got you to buy 10 million Omi, so yes, the winds have changed a little bit.
Omi and stuff, right? For a minute, just like if you take a look at the macro picture, right? A lot of the, NFT, the non-big branded NFTs, more of the PFP NFTs are all kind of struggling, right? Only the NFTs that have some kind of art value, historical value, are the ones. The punks obviously are doing okay. because they have that significance attached to them. If you think about some of the other projects, a lot of them are struggling, and especially the PFP types. And if you think about the branded world, right, there's change there too. So some of the players that just wanted to put out NFTs without a bigger vision are not making it, right? So if you look at Recur Forever, I guess it was not forever ever, right? But they had trouble, right? And the same thing, they were just trying to put out NFTs without sort of that bigger grand picture and vision. And then if you look at Nifty's and all of these companies, right? So there's all these challenges. Oh, look at that Jimbo Lilingo. That's great.
A rock star. I love those glasses too.
Yeah, I love those glasses too. I've seen. But anyway, look, so that's also changed. So if you look at all of this backdrop that's happened, and you look at Veve, right? Veve as a company is building, and Veve as a company has, they've had the challenges, the struggles, and all of that stuff that's happened for a while. But if you look at how that, journey has evolved, it's no longer about buying just NFTs. While we're buying an NFT, it's animated, it has sound, the quality is great. There's a vision to put it in a metaverse. Now, clearly, we don't know how metaverses will do. A lot of the existing metaverses have struggled, by the Sandbox or any one of these ones, right? And even if they, if you say they're not struggling, they haven't really had a breakout kind of, performance or any such thing. But Veve's got that potential to be in that bucket of hitting greatness by having that bigger, broader vision and picture. And the keys to it, right, are if you go back and think about what's so special about it, right? Number one, they're looking at multiple categories. They're looking at just, statues. And when they have like a vision for statues, it's not about putting out a statue that looks like just a regular statue. It's about the materials. It's about gold. It's about wood. It's about marble. It's about jade. There's all these types of materials. And having had sort of an early look into Veveverse, that amazing sort of texture of materials by which things are sculpted, static statues, is amazing because the material, it shines, the gold shines, on the golden moments, things like that. And other stuff shines too. By the way, whenever I say the word golden moment, everybody's got to get a drink, have one, right? Isn't that the way it works? But anyway, so that's and then if you look at, the animation stuff, the interactivity between those things, the sound, spectacular, so I see that, that curve, I see that progress, I see that evolution. Every once in a while there's a drop that gets effed up. Every once in a while there's, some timing issue, some other issue. And those are annoying, right? Really annoying. But if you kind of look past all that minor irritation that you have there, I believe they're working towards something really, really good. And Dr. Prophet keeps putting out all these tweets about, technology, about AR and those different types of, hardware that goes, and the vision there as well. I'm excited, guys. I mean, I that to me is very exciting. And then if you take Omi, you and I chatted, Randy. I told you, right? I'm not going to put a dime into Omi beyond what I already have until I see some form of utility. And OUP, the OUP announcement, different people are in different buckets. I fall in the bucket of when the team says they're going to, deliver an OUP soon. I believe it. I'm in. So I bought it. I put it in. But anyway, hopefully that helps, man. I think it's important to see how Veve is performing in this backdrop, which I think is important.
I like that too. We have a question saying, how are your comics in the Veveverse? Can your thousands of comics be in there? Or I know you said you put in one. Did you put in more than that?
There's sort of a place from which you can search which one you want to put in, which at least I haven't, maybe I shouldn't talk too much about it, but I could search from within many, many Marvel comic ones to find the one that I wanted to put up. So let's leave it there. So the answer is yes. Have I gone through all my 3,500 some comics to see if they're all there? I don't know that. This is not a way to check, but it looks great. You can scan through it. I saw multiple comics in there. and it looks magnificent.
It's amazing. I'm glad we finally got you to have a little bit. Now, obviously, that's what we have is just to bolster MCP points, which I don't think you need. You have Dr. Asaf saying that he's getting a lot. But you said you're getting what, 1,700 a day?
Yeah, like 1,700, 1,800. Let's see.
What is MCP points?
1,700.
Yeah, that's great. I'm only getting like 800.
Well, Randy, you don't worry about it, man. Once they but you got a cap of 10 million.
Yeah, I'm capped. They've nerfed me, bro.
Nerfed you.
Well, for them, and they can change it, right? And there can be different things. There could be potential. Just having it in the wallet is one thing, but then you could stake like additional on top of that. Like there's a lot of things that they could add to that and add different values for different mechanisms there. But the reason I think that it's important to do the OMI and tie it to the MCP points is that it keeps people also wanting to collect, right? It's like, hey, if I have OMI in there, then it's going to help my daily values. But there's a lot of people who are putting in that OMI too that's going to bump that up. So like I'm hoping that it's like a combination of a percentage. It multiplies what points you're already making, because that then incentivizes people to continue to collect, right? Because it's like, okay, maybe it's a 50% multiplier on the points that I'm earning daily. So then the more more sets I get and the more things, then that's what increases it as well, right? And that's that synergy. Yeah. So I hope that that's how it's tied, and it's not like just a set amount of points that you get, that it can really be tied to how much like you're collecting. But then they could say that there's whale games and that they're like overly benefiting. I don't know, right? There's so much that they have to consider when they're doing this, but we'll see.
We'll see how this whole thing comes together and works. But I believe that, to the extent that they, there's points that get to levels, and the levels can be used for different types of things. That would be pretty good.
We have a question from White_VV saying, hey, David, Mitch, when can we expect to use our points? And he's saying he's got 2 million points over there. What is predictions on timelines on when we'll be able to go and use?
I don't know, man. I refuse to predict any of that stuff. But my sense is that, they wanted to tie in OUP into that whole MCP thing. And they've accomplished, that in terms of at least the structure, right? And they wouldn't be putting out an announcement that says it's imminent when, and 10 million sort of that thing. If they weren't there. So we'll see how long it takes and what it takes. I think getting MCP points for people correct is important to that, because, I think to launch something like that where there's people who, they're still sort of not, the MCP points are not right would be a challenge. So that'd be a problem. Give me a second. I'll be back. 1 second.
Surely.
Yeah, I think that he brings up a good point, right, on making sure that they're calculating people's points correctly, because that could really nerf someone, right? If it's, and I know that Biscuits had a question about that, because she had I was trying to follow Biscuit, like how many sets that she was having, and this was like a year ago. She was posting she had like, I know, I'm jealous. Yeah, rub it in, sleeping. I don't know how they got these hats, or how that I see all these people VV fan with these sleeping hats, and I'm like, son of a gun, I'm gonna have to bribe one of these people to sell me theirs or something. So if I can figure out how to get a sleeping hat, let me know. But yeah. Anyways, man, see, I lost my train of thought. I just started focusing on the sleeping hat. So
you said Biscuits and
yeah, right. So like Biscuits had over 100 sets at one point, and I was trying to like catch up to her, and when they did the calculation, it said that she had like 400 points, and I'm like, she's got to be in the millions. She had to have been in the millions, because she had a lot of those sets early on and held them for a long time. So like, there's definitely some bugs that need to be fixed. And once they really feel like they are comfortable with that, then they'll roll that out. But I'll say this, like, I am hoping that we start being able to use our points by the end of the year, because that gives them, like, we've had MCP points since March, where that's been rolled out, but obviously not perfected. So really, like, and I don't know if they still have it perfected, but man, it's some, like it's kind of weird to just have that out there for so long with no use case for them for 10 months or something. So if at the end of the year we don't have that, like I think it would be appropriate at that point to kind of just start raising some more questions and saying, like, can we at least get a timeline or like an update on what's holding it back, right? Like, just be transparent with us.
You know me, Dr. Stuff. I'm my activity on Twitter amps up, man, when like
it does.
There's a threshold I have, man. I don't know. I've got, like, I'm patient. I'm generally patient, I should say. But there's a point when I just like go off.
Yeah, man.
I don't know what day it will affect my friendship with anybody on the team, but you know what? I try to do it as professionally as I can and as persistently as I can. But
you keep it real, man. I think that's important, right? When they get someone in the community that they know has Vivi's best interest at heart, right? They're just not out there like, but I think it's important to hold their feet to the fire sometimes to say, like, hey, like, we were promised this, or like at least give us an update, right, on some of these things. And sometimes they got so many irons in the fire that they can forget about, like, oh, you're right, we do need to provide an update, or you know what, maybe we need to bump this up because like the community is really like starting to get frustrated about that. And I love that. And I remember one of your first tweets or something like that where you got fired up and I was like, who's this Sanjay? but you've done it since then too, and I think that it's important. And there's a difference between FUD and like constructive criticism and like frustration that is well supported and justified to a certain extent, to be like, hey, come on now, and that's the thing is, if things are really not meeting timelines or expectations, if you can just give us an update, maybe it's not a timeline, but like, hey, here's some of the things that are like holding us up and we're working through it or something, just feed us that. And that like communication is such a vital, important part of maintaining the trust of a community.
Yes. One thing I have noticed is the team does, they don't respond. They mostly respond to the positive stuff and all the, IP related stuff. They don't respond to most of the other stuff. Generally, they don't respond to other stuff, but they read it. Like today, there was, somebody, I won't take any names here specifically, but somebody had tweeted about some issues with a drop and, like some accounts getting something or whatever. So I kind of, copied that link and I sent it to one of the VV team members, and they were back to me saying, thank you for sharing it. We're already aware of it. We're already working on it. So, these guys are, working quite extensely. And I said, looking forward to more. And they said, more is coming. So, but yeah, well, the next, key thing for this app, I believe that, there's inflection points, right, with Vivi. The next inflection point for Vivi, I believe, is, and I don't know if it's in, what order it will be in, would be the implementation of MCP with an OUP, that whole thing of you get something for that, whether it's, priority on drop or whatever else it is, right? So that's sort of one inflection point. And then the second inflection point would be, I believe, a new category. So, I don't know what that category is. All the Alibaba and all the so great, man, like that's all like in China and somebody's working on something, they'll build something, some tech may come and, it's all longer term stuff, right? But I believe that new category, whatever that is, I don't know what it is, man, but I can't wait.
Music. It's going to be music. Right?
Music, man. I think it's
He's got those records. He's got those records up, in one of David's most recent interviews. He's got those records up above him.
Yeah, and then I think the phygital part as well, right? I think that's probably maybe a two-parter, right? There's phygital also there. I mean, think about it, man. With NFTs by themselves, there's a lot of perception issues, right? Like the guys who are already in NFTs are in NFTs, and that's great, right? But if you want to bring in new people, if you're able to connect with someone who likes art is great. I know Vivi has a lot of artists, but art is also very, like it's not widespread. Not everybody goes and buys art. You know what I mean? It's it's a more acquired kind of a taste. It's a little more expensive. I know Vivi tries its best to kind of make it accessible to everybody and all that other stuff. which is great, and I give him a lot of credit for that. But I believe that something like physical toys and statues and connecting them, and not just statues, just physical toys, like toys, real toys. If they can connect that into this, into Vivi, at some point, it's just a waterfall, man. There's a percentage of those people that will redeem the NFT, and percentage of those will play a little, and percentage of those will play a lot, right? So I like that part as well. I'm really excited. I think those are two inflection points I'm really excited for, and I hope both are this year. I hope.
So obviously we have the masses that would really like the physical stuff as well.
Yeah.
But as far as the smaller group or the one, did you happen to get Mumbot's first appearance art, that the one of one?
The auction is running right now, so.
Oh, I thought it ended on Monday, or did it start on Monday?
It started on Monday, man.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Man, I got the whole strategy. I don't want to put my bid in there, dude. Like I'm holding off, dude. Like till the end. Yeah. But yeah, so Mumbot is an exceptional artist. I'm so glad to see her on Vivi. I had the opportunity of meeting her at Decon last year with Brian Morris and these people, and her work is excellent. She's very bright, very sharp, and I think like Ron English and Frank Kozik are the guys who kind of brought her into sort of that Vivi ecosystem. And we'll see. Hopefully, there'll be more stuff from her.
I hope so.
I have some of her stuff here. Let me see if I can pull up some of her stuff. I have NFTs and stuff, but
I was bummed, man, when I saw that it was a 1-of-1 because I knew that she was coming on the app.
Like physical toys, right? So this is her thing, Shroomy. This is Augustus. This is like the ghost one, and she's got a whole sort of Mumbot world with all these other kind of things in it. And she gave me some other stuff. I'm sure it's lying around. But yeah, very cool stuff.
Got some thirsty peeps in here. But that's great. Yeah, I was hoping when she got the agreement with the Comey that they would do a normal drop with her. And so 1-of-1. So me and Dr. Stuff kind of salty. We can't get any of her.
No, but just the way to start it, right? I think it's a great way to start it when you start with a 1-of-1. It creates that value for that artist as well, and I think this piece will do very well. I don't know who all will bid on it, but I'm pretty sure that this artwork will do very well from Mumbot.
Yeah, I remember, and this is how fast or slow things go. I was there at Decon in 2021.
Yeah,
when she had met David, and we knew that they were going to do something.
Yeah.
They didn't announce it until last year, and we're not actually getting her collectible until this year. So it's, for anyone that really wants to be part of Vivi, there's a really long wait list, which is good because that means we have years and years of content ahead of us, at least. How do they balance that out? What's the best way to go and say, okay, you can come with us, but you're going to have to wait 18 months?
I don't know. I think eventually it'll just be many different fandoms. Like right now, it's everybody's one giant fandom working on everything, right? We all go for almost all drops, and obviously there's caveats there. But yeah, I think there'll be people in Vivi just for art, people in Vivi just for comics, people in Vivi for just other things. But I think some great artists that are in that ecosystem around us. And the beauty of it is with Vivi and Randy and Dr. Sub, you guys know this as well, right? Vivi's also given us access, right? Through Vivi, we have access to these artists at events. Like pretty much every one of them comes out to like a Decon. They're available. They hang out. They sign stuff. A lot of them give out a lot of gifts. I mean, we went out. We went to Jermaine Rogers' booth at Decon, and him and his wife just gave the Vivi fam so many posters and stuff. It was amazing. Just a bunch of other artists too. Fabriks is amazing, man. Like I'm waiting for Fabriks to come on Vivi, man. That would be insane. I think that's long overdue. But Fabriks, I think, is probably not in the bucket of just something static. I think he's going to do something that's more animated and stuff, right? So we'll see his stuff. And do you guys know of this artist called Jeg? JEG.
I don't think so.
So have you got that silicon T-shirt, the Todd Father T-shirt that O'Malley kind of did?
I haven't gotten one. No.
All right, guys. So time to get into gear here. So the T-shirt that the O'Malley did with for Silicon Secure, the Todd Father T-shirt with the whole artwork and everything is done by this artist called Jeg. He was one of Silicon's favorite artists. Part of it's close to the Veve fam in France. So he lives in Switzerland. He's sort of French, English is, speaks some English, but with an accent and stuff. But yeah, man. So he's one that has done he's done a Veve logo. Let me see if I can pull that up for you, Randy. This is.
Yeah.
You seen that logo?
If I see it, I'll let you know when I see it. I see a bunch of logos.
Oh, man.
I'll keep you posted.
Randy, you're a logo guy, man.
Yeah, I love the logos. They drop another Veve logo, and I spent so much money trying to get the 41. Oh yes, I have seen that.
You see that?
Yeah.
So that's Jeg. And so Silicon actually has the physical piece. And then there's a couple of NFTs. It's got like Donnie, it's got David and Dan, it's got like a whole bunch of stuff. Anyway, so this guy, he's amazing, man. I love his stuff. I'm going to, he's doing another drop tomorrow. So, but I hope he comes on to Veve as well. He's got some amazing stuff, man. And I don't know who he is, right? I mean, I know Jeg. I know he does a lot of Veve stuff. I've seen his artwork, physical artwork. That's like the partner statue, kind of painting. He's done a few other kind of things, but that'd be pretty cool, man.
There's a bunch of ones that I haven't gotten yet that are still pretty cheap, like that are easy sets to collect.
Yeah.
Like the Decon UK mascot, I think is like $10. It's a full set. There's a couple of those that I really want that I haven't gotten yet. The self-made one I messed up on. I saw it for like 600. I should get this.
I got it at 600 or 700.
I hate you so much.
Yeah. So, I've always wanted it, and I looked at it, and I was waiting for it to come down in price. Finally, I said, look, the reason that self-made thing kind of resonates is because the whole piece is about, it's a guy who's chiseling himself, right? So anyone who's built their career by themselves, who built a life for themselves, a fortune for themselves, it resonates with you because you feel like connected to that piece, right? Because you built yourself from sort of scratch. But yeah, man, so that's a beautiful piece.
I do like that. Who's Mr. Doodle? You guys know who Mr. Doodle is? I don't know who that is.
Sounds very familiar, man. Sounds very familiar.
I think I feel like people think of like those squiggles, like the ones that are just like lines. They're just like little. Yeah. But I know that's not it. There's so many things that have so many big fandoms.
Yeah.
Like the LOL MGA dolls. We don't have those yet. We've been promised those for a while.
Yeah.
The Fast and Furious we haven't had. Even stuff that we would want that maybe we don't have yet. Like I don't know where to draw the line. Like kids love Coco Melon. Is that something we should get on the app? Oh yeah, Dr. Stuff is like.
Dude, my son watches that like all day. Obviously we don't let him watch it all day, but if he could watch it all day, he would. And I'm like, man, this thing, it's wild how kids just love that. Yeah, we have little books that I read to him, Coco Melon books. Yeah.
So here's an idea for you guys, man. So since we're just shooting the breeze here, so let me, Randy, this is for you, man. You're like a Marvel Mighty guy, right?
Oh, I love the Marvel Mighties. I got them all. I continue getting them all.
All the Marvel Mighties we have, right? So what if in the Veveverse they come up with some kind of packaging casing background to display a Marvel Mighties?
I guess I'd have to get it, right? I guess.
And you get different types of packaging, right? I mean, I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but it's just an idea, man. Like, it's the Mighty is great, but it'd be kind of really nice if you could have the right kind of pre-made display. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you can have different types of casing and stuff. I mean, obviously, it'd be pretty close to what Funko does. I don't think Funko's a partner, right?
I know Dave.
That's hilarious.
I don't know how much I can. I'm sure that he would want either Funko or Lego. You know, one of the top toy brands, maybe both. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
I don't think you would need both. I think either one that comes on, if it is one, would be fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I feel like kids. I did a poll on this once. So like, what would you rather have? Would you rather have Lego or Funko? And I expected people to say Funko because that's what kids are into nowadays. But like 79% of people said Lego. Like, oh, okay, interesting. But that's that poll was done, I think, at some point last year. Mr. MC1 is frozen. He looks like he's thinking.
He's like, what is Randy saying? Let me.
It's like that. Oh, there he is. He's back.
Yeah, but now you're muted or something.
Yeah, we can't hear you. Oh, it's frozen again.
No, he's not frozen to me, but I can't hear him. Yeah,
I hear the. Oh, is that Peace? You say he's got it down?
no, he's saying like 2 minutes. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, he's probably resetting.
I'm glad that we had interpreted that in a different way.
He's like, "Peace out, I'm out," and we're like, "Okay," and you just like kick him off.
Have you heard of BTS?
Yeah, that Korean band.
Yeah.
Can't hear you, Sanjay. No.
Leave my back.
Come back.
Oh, okay, yeah. I thought he said leave my back. I was like, yeah, you're a lot better at this than I am. You must be killer at charades.
I am pretty good at charades, actually. Yeah, but yeah, BTS would be huge, right? And that's the thing is like music. It'd be interesting to see like what music entails. Is it like 3D figures of pop artists, or is it actual like music NFTs, which would be crazy? That could. I mean, I don't know. So like, I'm kind of like, we'll wait and see. And that's another thing about Vivi is like there's so many things that they could then drop that would you just put in more money, like, and they'll continue to do that, right? Like the second R2, everyone was like, oh, it's not FAR2. Yeah, but this one moves and it beeps and it sounds like this is the real R2, right? Oh, and by the way, now it can potentially fit in the X-wing. Like there's so many things that they can continue to build on that you're just like, just continue to take my money. How do you keep doing this? I love this stuff, But having like BTS, that's another thing that could break the app. There's so many different partnerships that if Elon really had Tesla in here, I think that and Elon tweeted about it, break the app. It would break.
Oh my God.
The server load would go crazy. The app would go down.
We have to get. We have to make sure Elon has some Omi though before that, right?
Yeah, he needs. You do need to make sure. We'll just superimpose Elon's face over Hugh Jackman's Red O shirt that he was.
I ordered some of those Red O shirts, man. I ordered some of them.
Oh, that's brilliant!
The one that I tagged you in, Randy. That concert that I tagged you in, Global.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's where they're going to have a giant Red O on top of Central Park in New York. And there's going to be a concert.
When is that?
September 23rd or something like that.
Yeah, it's next month.
Oh, it's that soon.
Yeah. So it's like 30 or 40 days. But anyway, so you go there. Don't want to talk about dating. That's just so funny.
But David's been talking about Elon a lot. Like he was saying, like Musk, like, oh, it's a Musk own, as in like you must own it, but saying Musk and a Coliseum in reference to his fight. I don't know. A one-off joke I think is fine, but the multiple times tweeting about Elon Musk and I don't know. I just happened
he sent something into space, right? So David's apparently he sent some collectible into space, and then
a Pokemon and a Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Yeah. So how the hell did he get into space, right? There's only so many people who can take it up into space. So we'll have to find out.
Yeah. I would be excited. What are the? Mike is. I get the good and the bad comments. So I'll read them all and I'll pile them on here. In the event that we have that we all get We could probably get, if this blows up, relatively as famous as we wanted. At
Yeah.
what point do you guys go and be like, oh, this is too much, man, and I'm gonna step away? When you have 100,000 followers on Twitter, when you have 50,000 subscribers on YouTube, where's this part where you'd be like, hey, it's too much, man?
I don't know, man. Randy, maybe I'm not understanding your question. When's a lot of followers for you, or for me, or for who?
For like, if we go and I feel like in 2 years' time, the three of us might be seen as kind of like, oh, you were here early, and you have a lot of knowledge, and a lot of people following, and the DMs going crazy. At what point do you be like, okay,
I don't
this
think
is
so.
enough?
You guys are content creators. I'm not. I just show up, man.
Yeah, but you're still there, and like you are in a lot of community spaces. People know you and respect you. And
Yeah.
here's the thing, right? When you look at Bored Ape Yacht Club, right,
Yeah.
just for having that PFP, it could
Yeah.
be the people with the gold and silver logo,
Yeah.
right? It could be the people with the sleeping hats. Like we don't know, right? Like what could be like that catalyst that people look towards and be like, you're the OG and you command respect, and like you just get followers for being there early.
Man, like
Yeah.
those things don't move me as much, man. Like seriously, for me, ultimate success would be, say 2 years, 5 years, whatever from now, I'm on, one of these shuttles into space, and I'm hitting the buy now in space, man. That would be my ultimate kind of thing. I'll be FA, purchase from space or whatever, man. That would be my goal, man. That would be like, and you have to obviously time it and shit like that, right? So make sure there's like a spaceship going up at that time. And those tickets are not very expensive. I'm actually an investor in one of the companies too. So not a big investor, but I do have the ability to buy a ticket, guys. I do have an ability to buy a ticket. I do have an invitation.
Could you?
Not a free invitation. I have to buy it.
So if you have the ability to buy a ticket, but let's say you don't want to go, could you give that ticket, or you could buy it and then give it to someone else, and we could pay back?
Yeah.
Girl. I want to do that one.
So this is not the Carmen line, right? So the Carmen line is 248,000, right? So this one is basically it goes up to about 90,000, and then it's you see the curvature of the Earth. It gets dark. You don't have the weightlessness necessarily on this ride, but it's a lot cheaper too. You get it for about $100K or something like that. So and you get the whole, it's about, I think, 7 or 8 people on a vessel. So yeah, Randy, maybe if Omi hits, I don't know what, man. Maybe you sponsor the trip.
$250,000's a lot, we'll see. On the opposite end of that, we are also part of the gold and silver VV logo crowd now. Dr. Stuff had just gotten one. I think that has the chance to be one of the best performing grails on the app. You obviously have we have a vested interest in having as many amazing people in that group as possible.
Yeah.
Because the better it is, the more times we get to interact with them over the course of the year.
Yeah.
But at what point, how much is networking worth to you? How much is it like saying, hey, I love being able to go and chat with these people all the time, multiple times a year. This is my getaway. And they're amazing people, versus like, hey, this is worth 50,000 now.
Yeah.
That might be worth it. Or I don't know, what is the network worth to you?
So I'll give you my thoughts on the gold card, right? So the VV gold card for me is basically one where there's only 500 of these, and I would love for that to be a stable group of people, right? It's not like a train where you get on and get off, and it's like sort of like this population. And maybe it's good to have a few kind of like that, but you don't want the whole population of 500 being people that continuously churn, right? And I'm really thrilled with I started the group on Telegram with David Yu, with Dr. P, with Rolex, and all these, all the guys who, with Randy, all of you guys who started early. And I'm really, really pleased that that group has come together nicely. VV Fam Bam is in there, VV Magic is in there, VV Meister is in there, Fanny Carbonell is in there. So a lot of these people are in there. And these are all people that, are, it's not like a whale crowd or anything. This is like more of people who are really, very, very connected to Veve in many ways, who value that. And to me, that's, very, I'd love to kind of, like, I'm 385, right? So I'd love to know everybody, in that group by name. The events, I think it's pretty clear that I'm going to do a lot of events like the one I've done before. I've done 2 of them, one in New York, one in Decon. My intent is to continue them. Even if I'm not able to do them, somebody will do them, on behalf of all of us together, organize these. And Randy, my intent, and Dr. Saab, my intent on that one is basically, if you have a gold card, you're in. And if you don't have a gold card, it doesn't matter. It's just not guaranteed, right? So there are some people who don't have a gold card who are OGs. You know what, man? You'll always have an invite to my party. This is not, you will always have an invite to my party. Always. It does not matter. So you don't necessarily need to have the gold card. But if you have the gold card and I don't know you, you're in. It's kind of how it works. I don't know if you guys agree or not. I can be influenced with that.
I mean, there's definitely exceptions you want to make. Like when we go to Dubai at some point, whether it's in November or January, Dr. Rashid Al Farooq had invited the Veve team, but I've had a lot of people go and say, yo, when are we going to Dubai? I don't care if it's, even if it's not an official Veve event, which it probably should be.
Okay.
I think if we meet some people there that maybe don't have a gold and silver logo, they don't have an account yet, they have to wait for KYC, but they could be really good for the ecosystem. I feel like it's okay for them to get an invite. Or like you said, some OGs, some peeps that have been here for a long time.
So I've been thinking about it, man. Like, so I'm good with the Dubai thing. I'll tell you that. But the one thing, all right, Bill, let's get you on, man. Let's get
Bill,
you on.
we got like, Bill, what are you doing, girl?
So the one thing I will tell you, one thing that's been on my mind, Randy, Dr. Stuff, is I want to plan a conference, like, VeveCon, but I don't know if I have the rights to use the word VeveCon, right? And maybe we should talk to David and stuff. But the moment you make it VeveCon, and it's only Veve people, and like other people who are not into Veve kind of suddenly have this thing. I want to do like this sort of like a conference. Just okay, we'll go with the working word VeveCon for now. But let's call it VeveCon plus, right? I want to do one of those in New York, Randy. So I want to get a place. First of all, I want to find out what's the level of interest for people to come. What's a good sort of time frame for it, combine it with some other event or something like that. And basically have people come. And it's not just the team, right? So we'll get some artists to come and speak to us, do like some show and tell. So, have the artists bring all their stuff. So, hey, artists, you bring your stuff. You can display all your stuff there. We'll buy some of that merch and stuff. You do some giveaways. We'll do some signings and this, that, and the other. And then also, have like all the content creators, right? Like you guys kind of share the best, if you've done 100 streams or 200 streams or whatever, pick out the best of your 100, 200, whatever, clips and stuff, put that together, do some of that stuff, and then do a whole bunch of giveaways too. And then, obviously with the team there as well, but it becomes like, it's not just a Veve driven thing, right? The moment it becomes a Veve driven thing, it changes the dynamics for a lot of other, people and companies and stuff. I don't know. What do you think of this idea, man?
Do you mean, like, when you say that, is it going to be like hey, we come in on Friday, we party, we all stay somewhere, and then we get breakfast on Saturday, and we hang over breakfast, and then we go and do, is it like a 2-day thing?
Like a day and a half kind of a thing, right? Come in Friday night, this big kind of party, this, that kind of show and tell kind of thing with all the, do something like that. Saturday kind of do something, and then, have like the whole day, we kind of do a bunch of stuff. And and then we could chat about like, we'll get some real experts to speak to us too, right? Bring in somebody to talk about, security, talk about, hardware, have somebody talk about, Veveverse, talk about comparison of Veveverse to all the other metaverses, in like somebody can go in and say, hey, here's what, and assuming they have access to Veveverse and all that other stuff, and it's public at that time, but here's how Veveverse looks and works. Here's compared to Spatial, here's compared to Sandbox, here's compared to this, so there's a whole metaverse section. There's like an NFT section, there's hardware section, And so you can actually learn shit too. And then obviously we'll do a lot of drinking and partying and all that other good stuff too. So, some of it is learn, because, a lot of us have a lot of money in this shit, right? Like we've got we have a lot of homie, we have a lot of collectibles, we have, all this other stuff. And then, I don't know. It's just an idea, man. Like, I don't know. Maybe the first time around there's like 20 people or whatever, or maybe there's 200, but grow it from there,
You know what? And this is funny. Like Sleep and saying, I could talk about basements. Like, there's a lot of expertise, I think, in the VV fam itself, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, having people that come and be like, okay, what's your expertise in?
Yeah.
You want to talk about that? Like, if it ties to it, like, so that, I mean, obviously centered around hopefully like crypto or digital.
Yeah, all of it.
And all of that, right? That could definitely be, that could be awesome. That would be fun. And on top of that, just it's already this community, so you feel like you're already amongst friends and your peers. And I'd be down. I think that would be, but absolutely go to something like that.
And if it becomes a challenge, right? One of the things that we can do is we can run it in one location, but the main sessions, right, the ones that are informative, we can run them from the VVverse where people can join.
Yeah,
anybody can join, right? So no matter whether you're in Paris or you're in some small country in Africa or you're in Thailand or wherever else, so you can join all the the sessions that have the content and alpha, right? And it's literally no different than what you guys do, except that it's all structured in one sort of day, and each one has, and we'll it's just like the way I'd run the whole thing in December, right? The giveaways, we had a music space, we had a comic space, and this, that, and the other. Except this one will be more of like a Web3 conference, which is focused on crypto, NFTs, branded art, comics, music, metaverses, hardware, that kind of stuff. And then each location can have all the VV fam. Like if you're in LA, right, and let's say this event is in Las Vegas, or let's say New York. If you couldn't come out in New York, maybe Props or somebody takes a bunch of them in the evening, and everybody whoever kind of can't make it to the physical, they go and do their own party too.
This sounds really big, and I feel like
sounds big, yes.
And I'm not saying we can't have all of those things. I feel like to start, maybe like one or two.
Yeah.
Because I feel like I feel overwhelmed just by being like, oh God, there's this area, there's this party. Oh, there's a lot to do, and I'm in New York, so I feel like to go and travel and go and do that. Because I mean, some people
maybe it's
are
an
going to want
extra
to
thing. Maybe it's an extra thing, Randy. But I know a lot of people watch your stream as well, so it's an idea that I have that I want to plant the seed. I mean, we've all talked about like a VVCon, but and this would be like we'll form a committee, like an OG kind of a committee. And I think there's nothing better than the Gold Card group where I can seed this idea, because you have a lot of content people in there, and you have a lot of the team in there as well, right? So we can let's seed the idea in the Gold Card group. Let's bring it to kind of some kind of, let's take it to the team for discussion and get some input from people. I mean, this is still my idea, right? Still could be a really dumbass idea, and we can build on it, right? Maybe there's a lighter flavor of it, maybe there's a more fun flavor of it, or maybe there's a slightly more, informative flavor of this. I'm open to ideas. What do you guys think, though, directionally?
I think that sounds great. People adding the ideas, helicopter rides. There is, and we could do it anywhere. It doesn't have to be New York. Yeah. One of the places that I had thought about, I don't know if I had tagged you in it or not.
Yeah.
A friend of mine is opening up a casino late next year.
Where?
And I can't say where. We could talk after. We could talk.
Man, Randy, I don't want to go anywhere other than Vegas, man. I'm a Vegas boy. I love Vegas, man. The parties in Vegas, dude, are like incredible. We have to do Vegas.
Oh yeah, we'll 100% do Vegas at some point. But and obviously, even if we do something, just because we do something, let's say whether it's New Zealand or Florida, wherever, it doesn't mean that we won't do all of the other fun stuff as well. But so I think anywhere that they offer us, hey, you can go and we'll have some utility for you at the place. You're able to have it there for their launch party. I think that'd be fun. I think we get a very good deal.
Yeah, sounds good.
I'll talk on the location afterwards. I don't want to say too much.
All right, that's good.
Yeah.
You don't have to tell me to, or you could DM me or whatever. That's fine. But I'm game for that, man. Like whenever your friend has whatever we can do, just let me know.
That'd be great.
We'll come out.
That would be fantastic.
By the way, I did want to just put a small plug in for competitor of BVs as well. Man, only better hit $100 before that happens. But look, man, I know some of our competitors have, VV's competitors haven't had a great time. Lately it's been challenging. Some of them, have had struggles and stuff. But look, I really wish them the best. I hope they, figure that out. Whatever the due diligence and inspection or investigation they need to do and get to the bottom of it. And because I want to see more companies succeed in this space. And I'll give them full credit for the McFarland company. They've done really well with the drop. The quality's been excellent. The way they did XP and all of those things, really, really good, man. Like there's a lot of great things there. I know there's been a stumble out there, and I've had my reservations with it, and I've been pretty public about my reservations. But I think those are all very fixable, and I'd love to see them coming out of this very, very strong. So and I think when you talk about Phygital, right? Yeah, that company, man, they can make Phygital a real big thing and bring people into NFTs, and it's just an overall win for everybody if they succeed as well. And I know they rubbed some, those FUD spaces rubbed some of us up the wrong way, and I hope that nonsense stops and it's a truly much more fun place to be. Everybody, no matter what you follow, the days that you're following that, or if you only follow that, or you follow VV, follow your fandoms, keep it positive, and grow the space. Because especially now, where there's so many challenges with companies and other NFT projects, PFP projects, all those problems. If you bring in a new user and they come into Twitter or they come in and they hear all the nonsense that some of these spaces cover, it's just not good, man. It's just not a good look. People don't have fun with that. I know it's just no fun. So we have to, if anybody in McFarland is listening, guys, my sincere ask of you would be, please don't have employees and or your, other kind of parties run FUD spaces on other companies and all that stuff. Just have super cool, awesome, you have good content, you have, both digital, physical, have some amazing spaces. And similarly with VV, also the same thing. And let's build a really good, cool community, and fandoms.
So I want to touch on that too. I think it's kind of a red flag for me when there's a space that's supposed to be about one project and all they're doing is talking about another project. Because it's like, well, is there just not enough good things to talk about with your project to keep you busy? Like,
yeah,
honestly,
man.
Right? You should be, when you're holding a space about a certain platform, right? That should be all about that platform and what it's. And you can say like, hey, here's how this maybe does it better than another platform, and that's okay, right? But the focus is on like, what is this platform doing? What is this platform bringing? I love the fact that McFarland Toys is bringing interoperability, and I like after that, I was like, hey, Vivi, when interoperability, right? It forces, it puts pressure on the leader, right? Yeah. Saying, hey, this platform's catching up to you or has surpassed you in this area, and obviously it's now been proven that it can be done. Yeah. So what are you doing to do this, right? Yeah. So I love the competition in the space, but like, I think it is important, and the projects that have actually done fairly well, projects that actually like looked at the VV community and said, we love what VV's doing. Here's what we're doing different, and this is what we like about it. And then the VV fam in general is like, let's go check this out, right? And those platforms have done pretty well. And so it's a terrible marketing strategy that ultimately is substantially backfired. And not that McFarland Toys hasn't. And okay, let me back up. According to Discord mods, right, this was never authorized, that these content creators that were in those FUD spaces, like they weren't sponsored in any way, shape, or form by McFarland Toys, right? So I
believe that they were not paid to FUD or something like that.
Right, correct.
Some of these things, the space opens up and they take a life of their own also.
Yeah.
But it just seemed too much, right? There was like,
Well, yeah, if I'm McFarlane Toys, and I mean, like, I'm looking at some of this, and I'm gonna be like, hey, like, maybe like if you're gonna talk about that, like, don't bring up our name in that space, right? Like, I want you, when you bring up our name, to talk about us and the positive things about us, and that's it. Like, and that's all it should be, and that's how the space can grow, and you can again point out the merits of your project and how it's different. And get people excited about that. There's a lot to be excited about with McFarlane Toys,
And I think another good kind of, I don't know what the right answer is here, but I'll just tee it up. I think, it'd be good if anyone that is, affiliate, right? Either you have a link with which you get collectibles, or if you're compensated directly, at least, it'd be good to know, or an affiliate to sort of state that up front. I don't think it changes anything. And I think, they don't have to disclose exactly what they got, or, how much they got or whatever. But, just sort of knowing that would be helpful. And I think it also sets a very positive kind of a tone. And for companies as well, I think to the extent that they can at least disclose who their affiliates are, that will be good, and I'd love to see something very open, very direct out there. And like, even if you're promoting a project to others who it's important to kind of state, hey, listen, did you get a gift? Did you get paid? Or, and how much of it do you own? Just those kind of things. And I think it's also, there's another element to this also about insider information. So if you as an affiliate have, and I'm not talking any specific person here, by the way, so don't think my finger's pointing at any specific individual here. If, an affiliate has insider knowledge on a drop or an upcoming drop, usually there is an advance notice because, they have to put out content and stuff like that. It would be great if, there's some rules around it where, look, you will not participate in that drop, or if you participate in that drop, you are, not given any sort of preferential kind of treatment. And even if you're given a gift, you don't, dump it right away in the market or something like that. I know there's a school of thought that says if you get something, you can do whatever you want with it and stuff. But it's just a very bad look for a company when you give something to somebody, they know something at a time, and then you dump it. And anyway, so I just want a more open discussion on it and have some openness in the space. Obviously, I work for neither company, and I don't set any policy, and I'm like, who made me king kind of thing, right?
No, there's regulations around this. First of all, there's like advertising regulations. So if you are compensated in any way, shape, or form, whether that's being given a collectible for giveaways, or anything like that, right? Like there's requirements of disclosure, right? And you have Kim Kardashian, who actually did a tweet, and it was like paid advertisement, right? Like she tried to disclose it, and basically it came out and it was like, that wasn't enough disclosure, and we're suing you for it, and she just settled, right? And so like there's not only that, but here's the other concern that I don't think that people are aware of, right? And so there's like lack of knowledge of what could come their way. But like if you're given inside information and then you act upon that, so like you're known that you're like a certain collectible is going to have some sort of extra value down the road, right? And you purchase that collectible that's already out there. So, okay, let's give this example, a Phoebe, right? With that Mermicorno that like got animated. I can't remember his name, right? That like Rastafari. Ritmo, right. Okay. So like, let's say that you're a content creator or on the team, and it was like, hey, by the way, Ritmo is going to go live. And then you go onto the market, you buy some of those because they're at this low value, and then you trade on that. There is a potential, and especially with like interoperable NFTs, like there's potential that those could get labeled securities at some point in the future. I'm not joking you.
No, I know. I believe you, man. But
so what I'm saying is all of a sudden that could literally be insider trading that you can go to jail for and get fined for and stuff. And even if it's not that worst case, it's this look of like, okay, so there are certain insiders who are literally benefiting at the expense of the community, right? So because they're buying it cheap and then they're selling to the community for more expensive. And that in and of itself is just such a bad look that you start asking about the integrity of that individual or that team or like those type of things. And it's so much easier to just stay away from that, right? Disclosure comes in, and I like it with like, okay, hey, you might know this insider information and you're going to tell about it and you can buy this, but you can't sell, right? Like until X amount of time after this has all been announced or like if you buy this, you can't sell or you're not going to be allowed to buy this until the announcement's been made, right? So that you're not benefiting more than other people, like those type of things. There are ways to set it up.
Some kind of, it'd be good to have, absent any rules, any sort of, code of conduct that's sort of mutually agreed upon between the companies would be great. If the affiliates, can have a chat around it and kind of, have some stuff around it, that'd be great. And it creates, and the reason it's important is because, the reason that a lot of people don't come into Web3 and into all these NFTs and stuff is because it's full of scammers. It's full of scammers. How many of you have not been rug pulled in Web3?
Oh, God.
Right? How many of you have not been rug pulled? Like literally, and I'm not talking like Reeker is a rug pull or whatever. It's not that. But there's, some scammer who has some link somewhere, somebody shilled something and you went and bought it and then it dumped, or, somebody's over misrepresented, or, like there's so much crap that goes on, right? And,
even the well-meaning companies.
Just, I think doing things like that will give this space, a lot more credibility. I think one of the reasons why, Vivi, I believe will do well is because they've got all this IP with Disney and with these companies, and there's a lot of trust in those brands, and I think on the edges of these brands, if you have other people that participate, creating a very high degree of integrity in that space is important because that'll help bring in more people. I think so.
And even when you have companies that, you have Recur that had these amazing licenses like Nickelodeon and Hello Kitty and Star Trek, and they raised $50 million at a $333 million valuation, and they still can't get it right. I mean, CNN, they freaking rugged. CNN had an NFT project, and
I heard about that
less than a year later, I think it has a lot of it when people finally see, and unfortunately, it'll only be seen by nerds and smart money first. That this guy David is passionate, and it's not passionate about money, passionate about collecting and putting out the best product, and the money comes after that.
Yeah,
and that's so but again, it could blow up. I don't know. This I forget where I was going with
that. No, I mean, I think just integrity is important. I think just some rules in that space would be good, and compensation I think would be good too. Because I'd love to see content creators being paid, right? I want to see like them making money. I want a lot of these people to make a living on it. And there's got to be a mechanism to enable that, without just sort of being free shit here and there and all this other murky stuff,
Yeah.
And there's money in the game too now. I think, especially for Vivi, there's a lot of money in it now because these drops. Think about a drop, man. These drops are big money.
Yeah, in the last 3 days, or no, the last 2 days, it was, what is it, $350,000. And one of those drops was a Loki drop. It was a Loki comic from 2004 that nobody really cares about. Yeah. No, it was completely overshadowed by Lion King. I know maybe 3 people that went for it and still made $28,000. That's nuts. That's nuts.
That is nuts, man. That is nuts. But yeah.
Still making a ton each day. There's a question. So Vivi Meister posted a while ago, hey, some account minted 5 Planet Hulks, and Alex had said this has already been addressed by the team. Rest well, but I can't find where it was addressed. You guys know anything about that?
No, I don't know. I just know somebody's working on it or worked on it, but I don't know the details of it.
Wait, what's the question again?
Somebody, Vivi Meister had said that there was an account that had minted 5 Planet 15 Hulks, but apparently the team had addressed it already. I didn't but I can't find where they addressed it.
I don't know.
Either way, it seems to be handled. I kind of wish I knew what, but it was just something I had wanted to go on and retort. I didn't know if any of you guys knew.
Oh, all right. So the collectible that I want, so if David or anybody on the team is watching this, or gets to see it, what's the next collectible I want? I want a red O, and I want it to be like a lamp like thing, or illuminated. So it's just a plain red O, and when you light it up, it's no different than a bat signal. You light up the red O, and it flashes the red O wherever you are, right? I understand you can't do it in the vaults and stuff, but in the VVverse, right? So drop the collectible now, red O. It's perfect, man. It's perfect timing. There's OUP, there's all this stuff. Drop this red O, and it's a brilliant freaking lights up any wall kind of a red O.
So how many mints do you want for that, and the price point that you want for it?
Man, I'm gonna have to go with my dear friend Silicon on that. 8,888, and the price should be 88 seems a bit much for a red O. I would say maybe
$8.
Yeah, $8.
$8.88.
Yeah, so Silicon did say $18.88 for the bat signal, and David and Dan said they can't do the 88 cents.
Yeah,
so that's too complicated. So at least at the time, so $8. Yes, why not?
So you take away the 90 because they're gonna have to keep that. I know it sounds like a lot. It's only $70,000. I mean, that's something that will go very, very quickly. Everyone will want one, especially the Omi homies, and especially the mint hunters as well.
Yeah. Well, you can do, two of them. You can do two of them. You can do 888 mints, which is like a secret rare red O, right? This one lights up like, I don't know, goes to Mars or whatever, that kind of a red O. And then there's like a 8,888, which is like a different red O, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I would love to see that collectible, man. This is perfect timing. And
I'd
that's
like
a
that.
VVIP. Vivi doesn't have to pay anybody on it. The community would love it. At least that'd be my guess. What do you guys think? I mean,
I would get it. I would get multiple. I absolutely would. I mean, just like the Omi homies, So one of the first things that I really did, and I collaborated with Rain, is with the original OUP, right? We co-authored this big article on why Omi's my homie, right? And it just has so much power, and you have that red O in your name. I have that. I am verified with the red O in my name, right? And by the way, I should probably tell people this. It's so much easier. Just call me Doc if you want. I mean, Doctor stuff. It just gets longer, but if you want, just Doc with that red O in there, right?
Yeah.
Meaningful. To so many people to signify this is part of the way. And now you got the blue heart as well that you can put in your name. But man, I love the idea of the red O. I would absolutely get multiple, and I would just have that on my house or something, right? On the roof or something, like a weather vane that I have spinning. I can just make it spin, and it's just
every collectible, man. You can have a red O on top of every collectible in every room. It just becomes a new form of lighting, man.
Could be big.
So there's a couple things that I could see. Some innocent stuff. Oh, use it as a hula hoop for some people. It could be a necklace. It could be a bracelet because you could do the sizes with it. And then Sanjay's like, oh, what about the lighting? Well, if you want to make a red room in a red light district, and what would an O shrunken down? What does that look like? What does that look like? People are gonna put that on the behinds of Supergirl and Elsa. They're gonna assault my.
Oh my god.
Randy, dude, I haven't.
Don't say this stuff before they mint it, man, because now they got to take that into consideration.
Yeah.
Come on.
So that's some of the things. And that's the other thing. So I've been not banned. I've had stuff taken off the feed before because it was inappropriate. What are the limits that you could and could not do in the VVverse, with your own stuff on your own property? Can it be? Does anything go?
I haven't tried the things that you're talking about, so that's for starters. But yeah, I'm sure there must be some rules around it, right? I mean, I think every kind of metaverse probably has some rules around it.
Well, depending on the age, like there's got to be like age warnings and stuff like that, right? Because if there's not, then yeah, there's certain things that will get clamped down quite quickly, and then Vivi doesn't want to run afoul of regulators. It's not.
All right, guys, I have to bounce. It's dinner time here, but I'll watch on YouTube. I'll continue listening to you guys. And
thanks, man.
Sunday,
love you,
we're
bro.
stream with you, man. It's great. It's great to see you.
Yeah, what we didn't do is a giveaway. I feel like doing a giveaway, but Randy, it's your call, man.
I mean, I'll be here for as long.
You're lying down with whatever like that, so I don't want to get you to do some work. So I'll pick the stuff, but you have to figure out how to give it away.
Yeah, no, that's fine. If you want to go eat dinner, I'll be here in another hour still.
Okay,
if you want to come
I'll do that. Let's do that. So I'll go grab dinner. I'll come back. We'll do a couple of giveaways. I'll do 2. And my ask would be if there's anyone else listening that wants to kind of do a giveaway, start thinking about that too. Let's make this fun, man. I think these times, it's always good to give away stuff, and I don't think I'll miss, some of these things that we'll give away. So good stuff, guys. See you in a little bit.
I'm going to quote my own tweet. Yep, you get that bread. And then I'll quote my own tweet, be like, we also have Mr. MC1 giving a giveaway. And then we'll do that.
Awesome. Yeah. Thanks, guys.
All right, sweet.
Later.
Sweet news. So I have a this will get me banned. Well, you're from Nintendo, right? You played the Mario games.
Oh yeah, all of them.
So, and this I don't know if they already have Happy Tree Friends. They already have some other stuff that's a little at least PG-13. But so Goombas, the little brown things that you stomp on, like the first enemy that Mario sees.
Oh yeah. Okay, those little mushroom guys.
Yeah, they're little, they're brown, they have 2 feet, and they also have bomb arms. So the bomb arms, meaning like the little bombette things, you take them, you throw them, and they explode.
Yep.
I wonder if you have, let's say, whether it's the Marvel Mighty Captain America or the statue Captain America, on one end, lighting all of like the bomb arms, and then they going into the Goombas, like the little brown people, and then they put like the little. They're like, oh, this is this is like who gives a shit stand, and then all the bombs being thrown by Captain America onto like is that something that we could do, or could that get banned? Is that something that how quickly could we go and ban ourselves in the universe?
I don't know, man. That's one thing I don't know. Like, what is like PG-13 or like what restrictions? I mean, obviously there's some like clear and obvious fouls. But like, yeah, I got nothing. I got nothing for you on that one, Randy.
I was thinking also before, what are currently it's 18 and up to be on VV, but VVverse, I mean, you do want kids. A lot of people that play Fortnite are younger. Roblox, Minecraft are younger. They're teens. We're getting into a weird space where, in this virtual reality world, you could have a new form of revenue, a new way to meet the clients for girls that do OnlyFans. Are they gonna? How many of them are? And I assume most of them will be fine, but how many of them are gonna be like, oh, don't tell me your age, this way I don't have to ask, and it gets very dicey. Let's go to this. I don't know. I feel like that gets a little because in the metaverse, it's it's different. How do you ward against that? How do you make rules against that?
Well, I think that you can establish like, no nudity or something like that. And there are going to be people who break those rules, and they'll have to monitor that and ban them, and that's just kind of like what happens, right? Like there's rules on Twitter, and people break those rules, and then they get banned, their account gets banned. And I think it's just it will cost money to enforce regulation. Compliance is expensive. It really is. So like, but as long as there's just so many ways to monetize that, and like the thing that Vivi, I hope that they really start to do, and I think that Cavernous potentially is implementing, is the ability for people to build games within the the VVverse or to build certain things, right? And then monetize that. Because once they allow that, and they'll just say, hey, whatever you monetize, you're good to go. There's obviously some like regulations or rules, right? Like that we're going to make sure that you follow. But within these rules, you can create whatever your heart desires. But by the way, like we'll get 2.5% of anything that happens. So if you sell tickets, you build a game in the VVverse, and we get 2.5% of that. What that does is now it takes the load off Vivi's team to create things that keep people there and allow people the creativity to build whatever they want and make it exciting. And then they will continue to get a revenue stream from that. And that, like when Vivi already has a community and they already have people there, that's what drives people, even more people into the ecosystem, right? Because they're like, oh, there's a ton of people here. They're looking for things to do. I'm really good at building little racing games within this. I'll build racing games using the IP, right, that's already there or something. I'm going to build this little racing game, and then people can play it, and they got to pay $2 or whatever it is, right? And they just implement that. And then people are like, this is really fun. I'm going to play this racing game. And then more people are like, look what this racing game did. Now I want to do this game, and I want to build this in the VVverse. And all of a sudden, man, it can just be like a money printing machine where like it's a micro economy within this VVverse that just grows like a real world economy. Then you get advertisers that want to bring in, I'm going to pay you, like your racing game is so awesome that, man, obviously this gets into like Ready Player like One and beyond, but this is something that over time I believe is possible. And all it takes is like the people already being there and that volume of activity within there for it to like represent or drive like a real value proposition for people.
I mean, you also have the aspect of people that have these ideas, but maybe they can't execute them because they don't know how to code or script, and then they hire people to do that, or even not even things as complicated as that, but they just want to build. Like you have some people that are really good at Animal Crossing, where you go and you basically decorate an island, you decorate a house, you put everything here, and let's say if you, I like the way certain houses look and the landscape, and how do you think of this? But if you find someone that's really good at it, a high-end designer, they cost a lot of money because they take something, build it out of thin air. Nothing existed beforehand, and then they go and they make it beautiful. So if you have something like, I want something to do like that, but I've tried building stuff like in Advance Wars 2, they let you build your own war room map, and mine looks awful. Like it's just, I don't have that artistic capability. But others, like Mario Maker, they don't let you make a level and like hit the publish on it unless you're able to complete it, unless you show evidence that it's doable. And some of the hardest things in the world are on Mario Maker. You have things you have to bounce on top of shells. You have to like do maneuvers in the air, and the types of things like this, especially if you go and you have like the betting like they do on Feesh, where you could wager Omi for those mech suit battles. If you have that with Marvel Mighties, I know I'm going to get drunk one night and lose like 1 million Omi because I'm betting on I can finish a race faster than you.
Yeah.
It was simple. Like, have you ever played Super Smash Brothers?
Yes, I have always prided myself on being really good at fighting video games. I dominate everyone I played. And then Super Smash Brothers came along, and I just suck at that game, man. I'm so bad at it, and I don't understand why. I'm like, well, I feel like it's the same concept, and like I can't. I mean, it's there
it is different. I liked going before Super Smash Bros. Like Marvel vs. Capcom.
Yeah.
I would kind of like not cheat, but I was like, okay, I'll take Iron Man, and then I'll take like Venom, and then I'll take War Machine, who's basically a second Iron Man. And they could both do proton cannons, and that was my team, and I destroyed that game. But anyway, in one of the mini games in Super Smash Brothers is called Break the Targets or Board the Platforms. It's a simple game, and it's something that you have to do to get to the rest of the rest of the levels, but people do like speed runs of this game. It's not just about the game, it's about doing it as fast as you can.
and it's about doing it super quick. And it's like, oh yeah, it just gets fun. Like, have you ever watched speedruns on like YouTube?
No, I never heard of that.
It's basically doing something as fast as you can, and some people do it like the game Punch Out, right?
Mike Tyson's Punch Out.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's not Mike Tyson's Punch Out anymore. It's just Punch Out. But yeah.
Yeah. So there's people that do that blindfolded, like they beat the entire game blindfold. Yeah. Dude, it's insane. Just YouTube Mike Tyson Punch Out blindfolded. It's the absolute craziest thing. They memorize the sounds and the moves, and it's nuts.
Gosh, dude, that's wild.
So
oh, sorry, keep going. I got a story
no,
about kind of timing on games.
Yeah, it's just the things like that. You could make multiple different games out of one simple game.
Mm-hmm. So, Mario Kart, Super Mario Kart, right? Wario Stadium. I've completed the 3 laps of Wario Stadium in I think it was 16 seconds. Because I found the little jumps where you can you jump and then you can jump back over across the finish line and then jump again and do that, right? So it's fun to do find those little I sometimes wonder if they're Easter eggs where they're intentionally built into there where people can find that out and then do those fun little things. The Rainbow Road where you can jump off, right, and then land halfway, all these fun little I would say Easter eggs that are intentionally built into something, and people could do that in the Viviverse in their games, right? And like you said, it could initially start out as this is the game, but then people create additional games inside the game.
Yeah,
that draws additional attention to it. Yeah.
There's do you remember? It's on Mario Kart 64, the Choco Mountain.
Yeah.
It's so. You could do, I think, an entire 3 laps in around the same time and 12 seconds or whatever. You have to go right at the start. You hit the mountain a certain way, a polygon where Toad goes where it's you throw him off a cliff. But it's very, very hard to do, and this dude must have done it for several thousand times in order to get that 3 times in a row. And he turned off the volume eventually because he was listening to Toad going for 3 hours, and then everyone's like, "Yo, let's all turn him off and let's all unsubscribe," until he turns the sound back on. So he had to turn the sound back on, and he wound up doing it for 8 hours, and the dude almost went insane. It's
well, what's weird, man? I don't know if this has done it to you, but the live chat, through the StreamYard link, it's frozen on this end. So then I have to go to the live YouTube channel because I was that's weird that no one has commented for so long. That's not possible.
Oh, and yeah, the last thing I have is Starboy, Aldrodero saying Starboy.
Yeah, but if I go on YouTube and I'm watching the live stream, you got Brandon saying scripting capabilities in the Viviverse will open possibilities. Michael Barnes, they should change the MCP points to the price of the collectible to make it easier to calculate points. The problem with anyways. I'm
reading the comments now. Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, so did it pull up for you then?
On this it does. My friend Meg saying, "We missed the fridge. Bring back the fridge."
Yeah.
I love her so much.
So wait, how are you bringing up those comments on your phone?
Because I'm watching the YouTube video to give myself a view.
Yeah, but you can bring up the comments on your phone?
Well, because I'm watching it on the YouTube app. So on the YouTube, I'm watching the video, so I hit the live chat, and then the live chat goes up, and I can see the comments on the live chat.
Okay, but I thought that you tapped something on your phone and it brought it up on our screen down here.
Oh no.
Oh
no.
Okay, I was tripping. Okay.
Yeah, no, I didn't do that. That'd be nuts. That'd be great.
Yeah, that's why I was like, oh, I gotta figure that out. But Omi Chop, man, this community is so freaking awesome. It's so cool to read the comments after videos and stuff, and just the people that are grateful for the time that you spend doing these things, and they're just you're just a real value add to the community. And I mean, I think that the people watching this stuff are such an incredible part. I mean, they are the community, and
Yeah.
it just feels awesome to be here and to be like interacting with so many people. And so here's my thing: we need to do something to ensure that Vivi comes to DCon, man, because like I'm not gonna be able to go to New York Comic Con. And I thought that like it was like a set thing that Vivi was coming to DCon every year, and I will be so bummed if they don't go to DCon this year. I just in my mind I'd already hit my heart was set on that. Like I'd already blocked off time from work. So doggone it, Vivi, make DCon happen if you're listening. And I'm gonna start tweeting that out like maybe once a day. I don't know, like something to be like, hey Vivi, come to DCon. Hey Vivi, come to DCon. Hey Vivi, have you thought about coming to DCon?
I don't know if it's so. Last year, you were at DCon last year, were you? Or
Yeah,
no,
it was a
you weren't?
DCon this year.
Okay, all right. So if you remember, Vivi was the biggest,
Yeah.
most popular thing there. I don't know if they're thinking at this point, hey, we should probably do our own, because I mean, maybe they wouldn't want to because DCon has a bunch of stuff set up for them already, but I don't know. Like at that point, if you're the biggest one there, and it's all Jeremy Padover's fault. We saw him at Comic-Con in July, me and Fam Bam, earlier that year, and he's like, just get a bunch of people and roll like 50 people deep. And we wound up rolling like 250 people deep, just at any given time. I don't know. I feel like it's a lot, and it's a relatively small space. One, it's a fire hazard. Two, like the after parties are they're hard to. You can't find one in one place that can fit all of us. It's crazy.
But you're gonna have that problem almost regardless.
That's
So
a good point.
You can't let that like prohibit you from or inhibit you from just taking action on that. And yeah, like they are the biggest space, but what that does is you're already in a space where people are looking at collectibles, and it draws the remaining people over there to be like, hey, like what's going on? I mean, that happened to me in DCon where like there'd be a line at something and I'm like, yo, like what is this? Why are people so interested in this? I want to learn more about it type thing, you know? So I think it's actually a great space for people to be at when you're already getting these collectors that are there, right? And they're collecting they're physical art. And so they have like this artist alley. They have artists that are there that they're already like collaborating with who are also at DCon. So like, I mean, I don't know, right? I could justify it all day long as to like why it could potentially make sense. Obviously, I don't know the cost to fly out the team, to have the booth, to do all that stuff. But like a lot of their users are still in the US, and it was a great success last year. So I just in my mind was like, I thought it was like a for sure thing. And so I hope that it happens. Because again, like now I got my gold and silver logo, baby.
Yeah.
Physical utility. I want
That's
to
true.
experience that, for the first time. But that's a first world problem. I would love for Vivi to go to DCon. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm upset you can't go to the New York Comic Con. That's rough.
I've never in my life been to a Comic Con.
You were there last year, though. Oh no, we were at
NFT NYC.
Yeah. Oh, that was all right. I told a story the other night. It was because it was me, you, Rain, Wendy, JKLXRP, and his wife. And we were doing karaoke. I thought that was a Comic-Con after party.
No, and Spencer from Comic
Oh yeah.
there.
I love him. I miss him.
Some awesome karaoke songs. Spencer is, man, that
so
guy,
cool.
He's so cool. Just right off the bat, I just got the most positive vibes from this guy. I was like this guy is special, man. Like he's such a super guy. He's stayed at my house before now already, right? Like I'm just like I got to get to know this guy. Like he's got a great like life story already, and he's still super young and just doing awesome, exciting things. But yes, so yeah, that was fun karaoke. Wendy was all like apprehensive at first, but then she got into it.
Yeah. We I remember, I think one of my favorite parts of that night, we were at the Cardano party.
That
we were there, and so I think like the DJ made like a Dragon Ball Z reference, and I was like, wait, so me and Spencer do like a Kamehameha wave, like Kame, and then we do all the thing, and then Wendy's looking at us after like we did the ha, and then she just goes ah, and it was just her being funny, and it was just I don't know, that whole night was just, but I like, when do you want to be included? So she just screams, goes ah. There was just yeah, I miss you guys. I can't. At what point do you go? I know you've got a really good and important job and you have kids, but at what point do you just be like, hey, I don't need to work as much. I can go and just do part-time, and this way I could hang out with the Vivi fam every month.
I mean, I would have to have the income like that I want. I live pretty decently, and so it would have to get to a point. I don't know, right? And like I'm trying to balance a lot of that too. Like, how much money do I truly need to be happy? Because money doesn't make you happy. It gives you options, which can make life easier in general, right? And I said, like, it can buy like momentary happiness, and maybe it's like money can't buy joy. And I think that's like a deeper sense and emotion. But so I'm trying to balance that, and I've cut back on like my work. I used to travel all over the country, right? And like my nights out, my average nights out a year in a hotel was like 110 nights out a year, 115. So like a third of the year I was gone.
Oh my God.
So like I was like, I've got status up the yin yang with all these different hotels and stuff. That's why we stayed at the Times Square, like Renaissance, like the upgraded rooms and like, but like,
thank you for letting me crash at you guys that night.
Oh man, that was like an honor. Like I freaking love that. I think you stayed with us a couple nights actually.
I did.
Yeah, and then you went off to this awesome epic party in the Hamptons without us, and I was like, well
I forgot about that.
Thanks for inviting us. That's cool. But no, yeah, no, and I loved hearing the stories about all that. And then remember, you interviewed people in Times Square. You were like, I'm going to go out and just like interview random people. I was like in my hotel room watching you live stream outside my hotel room to random people in the streets. And I was like, this is a weird like Inception moment. I feel like I see you out on the street and I'm watching you here. But it was fun. But at what point does that happen? I think crypto has got to be a pretty big thing. And I've told my wife, I was like, hey, depending on how this next cycle goes, it may be like I could go part-time at my job. Like that is something that is available. So it just depends. And I mean, we'll see. Crypto is a pretty hot topic now at my job. And we just had some really interesting discussions about holding crypto and ethics and all of this stuff. It's been very, very interesting. So we'll see what happens there. But yeah, look, if crypto like hits a certain point where it can either really truly supplement my income or like I can just retire, I would love to do this. This is my passion. Yeah. And what I've actually loved is I've been able to like get my passion into my job so much, right? And that I get to talk about crypto like all the time. It's exciting and I love that. But yeah, if I could get it to where I'm just like hanging out with the Vivi fam, and going to DCon and New York Comic Con and San Diego Comic Con and to Dubai, right? Like, and we're creating these special events and giveaways and in real life utility for Vivi gold and silver logo holders or of certain collectibles that I value, like maybe DeLorean, if you hold like a certain set under a certain mint number, right? So like, okay, anyone who holds a DeLorean set under 1,000 gets access to this party. Like there's other things too that just like can drive value to the things that like I care about. There's so many different things. Yeah. So I don't know. I guess I don't know what the true answer is of what amount would get me to step away or at least part-time. It's just not there yet. And we'll see though. I've been stacking in this bear market, man. I mean, I'm in Vivi, but like I'm in like 80 other projects, right? Like, and not near like of those 80 projects, not near as many as that I might like in super heavy, but there's that like I'm in decent enough in a lot of them to where like if they pop like some tokens did back in the last bull run, like I could retire. And that's kind of the hope. But even if I couldn't retire, set up enough of like a stability where I can kind of create my own hours, or I can go part-time, or I can do these type of things where life is just a little bit more simpler. I can spend more time with my kids, you know, and really working on the things that I value. Like my daughter, I did gymnastics growing up, competed in gymnastics and things. And I'm actually getting back into it. I got my daughter, signed her up, and then they were like, hey, there's like this an adult class. And I was like, you know what? Okay. So I'm working on my round off back handspring backflips that I used to be able to do. I can do it on a tumble track now, but trying to build up like and get that back on the actual gymnastics floor. I don't know, man. So those are the types of things where it's just like if you have that time, and then I want to just do service activities. I love doing that. And we have like I live in kind of a neighborhood where there's a lot of retired people there. And so it's fun to go help out and just like help out with their yards. And like we have this community where we just go and each winter we snow blow driveways and things. I don't know, man. It's just giving back to the community, because that ultimately is what I feel like drives joy, gives me joy and meaning to like why we're here on this earth, you know. So that's a little bit deeper than the question, but yes, but that's what
I love that. I love that whole spiel and getting deep. You want to go deep? Let's go deep.
Let's go deep, man. Let's go deep.
Okay. So there is what was the quote that I had just read? I believe it's by Emily Dickinson. Hold on one second here. Oh, nope, that's not it. The quote was something like, did I have it on another one? I guess not. We'll go with a different one. In Star Wars, I think the most recent one, episode 9, we have Rose that says to Poe, don't destroy what you hate, but save what you love. What is something that you feel so passionate about that you would love to save more than anything? Something that you might feel is in trouble, whether it is old school banking or maybe gymnastics you feel is a dying sport, or you feel whatever it is.
How about you go first with that, and I'll listen as I think about some
Okay.
things. Because before we do that, let me say something. This has always been a dream of mine, and I remember early on, I had just gotten married, and I lost my job, right? Complete like, and there's a long history behind it. I did not get along with one of the owners, and that owner was just such a piece of work, man. Just terrible person. And anyways, I don't want to get too deep into it, but lost my job, right? And it was such a surreal and scary feeling. Like I was like, dude, I've got to support my wife, right? Like I've got to provide for this family. What's up, Sanjay? And like, I'm like, how do I do that? Right. The recession was still in force, right? People weren't hiring. And it was this panic time for me, like a little bit where I was just like this unknown of like, what's next and how am I going to come out of this? Right. Better and stronger. And so one of my promises I made to myself, I was like, if I was ever in the position where I had the money, I would have an apartment building that the entire purpose of this apartment building would to give people who had just recently lost their job a place to stay for a year. So it would only be a year. That's the longest that they could stay, because within a year, you can find a job, even if it's lower paying than what you got, right? But like just because part of that, like getting out of like this like self-defeating cycle of like being depressed because something that unexpected happened that you couldn't help. This timeline of like, okay, you have a year to try to get your things in order, but you still have roof over your head and your family is safe and all of that. Like, man, after that feeling that I had where I was just like, holy crap, like this is terrifying. This is really scary. And how do I provide for my family? If I could provide like that opportunity for people where it was just truly like a charity where I'm like, hey, look, I'm not charging you anything. You can live here for free for a year while you get your feet under you. But here's the things. You have to show me that you're applying for jobs, that you've built out your resume, and we're providing services and setting them up with like community help centers that help them build their resume or do these type of things. That would be one of my dreams, is to manage an apartment building like that, where I could just help people get back on their feet.
That is, I would not know how to vet people to be like, okay, you're cool, I believe that you're looking, versus, oh yeah, I lost my job at this place and I'm just gonna soak up the free rent for a year. Like,
and that could happen, but like you get a feel, and because I've been there, right? And and it would be very easy to be like, okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna interview, like, or you have to. Here's the requirements, right? To live in this place for free, is the cost is you're showing us the places that you interviewed, you're showing us the building of the resume, right? And the type of people that like I would be seeing, like they would have had a job and something's happened as to why they got fired. And if they got fired for not good reasons, like they're not a good candidate, right? These are the people that just life has taken an unexpected turn. So I know that would be difficult, and there would be like attorneys involved where I try to figure out like how to make that happen. But if I could, man, that would be one of my dreams. Yeah.
That sounds nice. Sandra, you're muted there.
You're muted, man.
So,
How was the dinner?
That was good, man. My wife made dinner, so I couldn't, like if I could, just the whole evening goes bad, man, because she'll be upset. Yeah, it cascades. So just especially when my wife's cooking, show up, have a nice dinner, stay engaged, don't be on the phone, don't be watching YouTube, no earpods.
Good, smart.
All works out well. All right, so I have. So basically going to give all 6 of these to one person. So there's one giveaway, but it's basically the entire Disney 100 collection. So it's basically this one.
Wow.
This one. All the fancy covers.
Wait, who's that?
The Gauntlet.
That's crazy. What the heck?
Fantastic Four. Avengers. All 6.
Bro.
Who's Thanos? Can you show the Thanos one again?
That's Pete, right? Isn't that Pete who's Thanos?
Oh, I think you're right. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
is it?
Yeah, that's Pete.
Oh, it is Pete. Okay, gotcha.
So these are all the, this is Disney 100, right? So there is a new cover every month that's a tribute to Disney. So Marvel Comics have, usually a, some form of like an iconic cover that is, done up in sort of the Disney theme or whatever. Anyway, so there's 6 of these. One person wins. Winner takes all.
Okay, so
Randy, whatever you want, my friend. You run the giveaway, and whoever wins it, Randy, you have to send me the name. It doesn't have to be a real name. I can send it to names like Dr. Stuff, etc. Whatever. It doesn't matter. But the address has to be correct. Doesn't have to be a house. It could be, P.O. Box, work, anywhere, whatever you want. So but it requires an address for me to ship it.
Of course. So this is obviously for people that just want to give their name or I guess they just do a P.O. box if they have one, but their address as well. I'm trying to. All right, so it could be a question or it could be a series of events. I mean, I don't want to go like difficult cicada 3301, but I don't want it to be like have like everyone have the million answers. Should it be a guessing game or like trivia?
Whatever you like, my friend. It's your call, Randy.
Dr. Stuff, what are you thinking?
Bro, this is you, man. This is your channel. You're
See?
All right. I feel like there's a lot of responsibility here, and I don't give a crap for it. We could do like Harry Potter stuff. We could. Oh, I guess it should be VV related, and I guess maybe Marvel or Disney related as well, since that's what the giveaway is. Comic books. Mm-hmm.
So is this fastest answer, right? That is this the?
Yeah, and it's gonna be a way. So if you're, what I've noticed is when you're getting a lot of comments, the comments will be, let's say, all three of us are commenting on, let's say, Foster Hilt's, what do you call it, live stream, and he's like, all right, what's 2 + 2? And we all, say 4. If we all do it at around the same time, my YouTube screen will show that I answered first. Your guys' YouTube stream will show that you guys answered first, even though for only one of which will be actually answered first. So what'll happen? Everyone's already commenting 69 and 420.
Yeah,
because we're gonna do a number game.
the thing that we've done in the past, like with Crypto Rain and I, when we do giveaways, is whoever shows up on your screen, Randy, first, and you can show that and say, like, here's who shows up on my screen first. That's how we've done it.
Yeah. All right. So that's what I'll do, and it's got to be this screen because Sanjay, you missed it. The last thing that we have here is Al Drodero from like an hour ago, and on YouTube is actually a lot of stuff is going on here.
Let me log into YouTube as well so I can see the comments because I'm just right.
So we'll have to go and do some stuff here. You just texted me. Oh, okay. Man, what?
Everybody's already got an answer. By the way, so this is the shirt I was talking to you guys before you do that. So, so this is the Toddfather shirt, and it's also got the VV Silicon Secure in it.
Yeah.
So Omili is the guy who's produced these shirts. The artwork is by Jeg. Amazing guy, man. You should see his work. Amazing guy. And all the proceeds from this go to Silicon's, the Silicon Fund. Yep, the foundation. Yep. So anyway, so Randy.
Yes.
I need you to get the shirt, my friend. You gotta get it, and you gotta rep it at some point in time. In honor
we could definitely
Silicon.
do that. That's a good shirt. I like green. I like the multiple greens on there at the top. Okay, so
there's a black one and a white one too, by the way.
Yeah, they have white and black. So I'm gonna be snagging one too. Like it is meaningful.
Awesome, guys. Look, man, Silicon was a very, very dear brother to me, and whatever we can do, man, for his family. He died young, and he has 2 young kids.
So I have an idea, which some people might like. Oh, should it be V related or not?
Dude, you're the boss, Randy.
Okay.
Like you're the boss. You literally are the boss, man.
Copy that. So it'll be whoever I see as answering first. Obviously, on my screen, it'll be, what that is. I'll show you guys who it is, and we'll do it at. Should I give a time? At 10:10 will be when I go and ask the question, and as soon as the question's done, or should it just be like, hey, I'll just blurt it out, and then whoever types it first.
I just say blurt it out, man.
All right, I'll blurt it out. Okay, so you're gonna have to type it out. It doesn't have to be capitalized or anything. This is going to be from the Kanto Pokedex. Who is Pokemon number 69 in the Kanto Pokedex? The first one to get it will first one to answer that I see will go. We'll get it, and everyone's gonna have to Google the Kanto Pokedex, see which Pokemon it is. Number 69. Obviously, you start with number 1, Bulbasaur, and then go on from there. Let's see who we got. We got one saying meow. Oh, Uncle Mish got it. Uncle Mish said Bellsprout first, so it was Uncle Mish. He misspelt it, but I knew what he was saying. It is Bellsprout. So Uncle Mish is the winner there. So Uncle Mish, send me or Mr. MC1 your address and whatnot, and we'll get that bread.
Yeah.
I try to incorporate the 69 in there.
You look at the number of likes, Randy, on your YouTube channel right now.
I got 72.
Oh, weird. That's so weird. I see 69 on mine.
Huh. Nice. But shout out to Uncle Mish too. So you're getting oh man, that's amazing.
Congratulations, Uncle Mish.
That's awesome.
Really happy that you won this giveaway. I'm very, very happy for you, my friend.
That was great. I'm super, super glad I got. He's a cool dude. He's always in here. He's always supporting, doing that bread. So I was getting to before, but I didn't, because you have two logos, right?
Yeah, I do.
At what point do you
You're
sell
not trying to get
the?
me to give away one of them, are you?
No.
I'm like,
Although I will be doing
where's this
a
conversation going, Randy?
no. Although I will be doing a certain type of auction giveaway for something similar to. Well, man, I guess I kind of gave it away. Anyway, moving on. So MC1, you at what point does the logo have to hit for you to sell one of them, or is it like, listen, man, this is keeping it in the
I'm not
family?
selling it. Like,
Both
I don't
so
need the
both of them
money.
are keeping
Yeah, okay.
both
I'm not
as a
selling it.
legacy piece. All right.
Yeah, I mean, I have the physical card, and I have both the, the NFTs as well. I'm not selling, man. Like this is, yeah, no.
Yeah.
I can't say, when, if something happens to me, my wife might sell it, or, whoever sort of ends up getting my estate, would end up selling it. That's a different topic, but I have zero intent. I mean, there may be some change of heart if I'm donating it to charity or if I decide to go do something or the other, but it's got to be worth a lot for me to kind of even think of that. So, yeah. Not happening anytime soon, my friend.
I feel you. Speaking of other stuff that you may or may not be doing in the future, so we had a little bit of utility that was announced, and it wasn't necessarily for burning OMI, it was just for staking it. The burning part comes later, and that got you up to the 10 mil. Is there anything that would make you go and buy more? Like the more utility
I got a
that
little
comes
more than
out.
10 mil. I mean, I put 10 mil in the app. I have a little more.
Oh,
I
all
do
right.
need some pocket money to spend, right?
Of course.
So I got to give myself a little bit of only pocket money in the app, just in case I have to buy like some land or something or the other. I mean, obviously I put some more, but
Yeah.
a little something there, man. A little dry powder.
Good. So is there so would you get more as more utility comes out?
Yeah.
As it okay.
Keep adding as more utility. The day it launches, be willing to consider getting some more. The day they announce that you can actually buy things with OMI or get more things for OMI, I'd probably add a little more. Yeah. So you know what, Vivi, you can have more of my money for this whole OMI thing as long as you keep producing,
Very
man.
good.
Gotta produce.
So I know that you can't talk about stuff that, or I guess there's a limit to what you can talk about, but in the VV verse, one of the things that we'll be able to use OMI for would be to buying land. You've not just been in the VV verse, you've been in spatial, you played AAA games, you are very much in this world and in this space. Based on what you've seen so far in the VV verse compared to all the other places you've been in, what do you think? How much would you pay for a piece of land, random, maybe not one that's next to VV City, but one that's anywhere in there? What do you think the minimum land pot?
Yeah, I don't know, man. That would be a dog fight. So I would want to be downtown. You know what I mean? This is in these metaverses. You don't want to be in the burbs.
All right.
So I don't. Yeah, man. I don't want to put a number out there, but I will pay good money for a good plot of land.
Good. Very excited.
Neighbors matter. Neighborhood matters. So I'd want to be near the OGs and stuff, right? So
Yeah,
if you have to, like, I don't want to be driving, flying, like, turn left here and take 3 rights and then you get to somebody's house, right? I don't want to be doing that. So yeah.
Although sometimes it's nice, like if we get music at some point, getting on this, I would love to drive in like my Ecto One, lasers pointed out, drive into like some Steppenwolf, get your motor running, like sounds epic.
I like the music side of it, man. I hope they get the music side, with NFTs and stuff too, beyond just adding some music. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So that's your stuff. We were just talking about this. What is, let's say, pick your car. It doesn't matter. DeLorean, Ecto One, Lambo, Triumph bicycle, or Triumph motorcycle. What is the one? What's like your entrance music? That's just you're going down the highway. You're going down BB City. What music are you blasting to let people know that you're on your way?
That I'm blasting. you know, let me think about that for just a sec.
Okay.
What did you guys say?
I said Steppenwolf with Born to Be Wild. What about you, Sanjay?
Man, why don't I just play it for you?
Wait, can you do that? Because I feel like YouTube might. Wait. Is it? Wait, who is that? So because of the YouTube copyright, I had to go unmute Mr. MC1 real quick.
Oh,
You're
sorry.
unmuted now. You're unmuted now.
Yeah,
That's fine.
you can't play music?
You can for like a couple seconds, but
Okay, all right, got it.
yeah, after like X amount of time, they just
Oh, they
suddenly
have
they're
like
like,
a Shazam-like thing. Oh, they have a Shazam-like thing. Sorry, man. I didn't mean to blow your
oh no,
top
you're good.
in
You're
the
good.
stream.
Yeah, it like even like at Comic-Con, because like they'll have like in the background Star Wars will be playing. Like this is unauthorized products. Like guys, you don't understand.
But you know, like TikTokers and all these guys all play music all the time, man.
TikTok is different. You can do that on TikTok. YouTube's
Oh, okay. Because
very strict. Yeah.
Got it. Good to know, my friend. Good to know.
But I remember. Yeah.
Here's my thing, and this is what I did. So I used to own a '77 Corvette, right? And I just love the C3 body style. I just love classic Corvettes, and I would drive around in that thing when I was just cruising, and I would listen to Pink Floyd's like "Wish You Were Here." And it's not like necessarily like one that you just like blast like as like an entrance music, but like I don't know, man, like that for me, I think that like not necessarily that would be my entrance, but like if I'm cruising around in the VV verse, like in my Corvette, like I'd be listening to that song. Like I love like the 70s and 80s type of music, like yeah, that. So it'd probably be entrance. I'd have to pick from a lot of different like 70s or 80s bands. Kind of like punk rock type stuff that might be my entrance music.
I can picture you as Twisted Sister. You know, like what's the one where they're like their most famous one? Oh God, We're Not Gonna Take It? Yeah, that would be. I could picture you doing that.
Yeah, I could definitely. That is actually like a really good theme for me because like I'm a small guy, right? And like growing up, I don't know what it was, man, but I didn't care how big the bully was. I did not get bullied. I didn't, dude. And like, I'll give you this perfect example. So I was at the vending machines this one time in junior high, and I was in gymnastics. Like I was small, but I was ripped, like ripped little kid, you know. And this kid's call me short or something like that at the vending machines. And I just looked at him. I'm like, hey, man, knock it off. He was like, oh, yeah, like what are you going to do? And I was like, I'm serious, man. Better knock it off right now. And so people start paying attention, right? Like I'm getting a little bit frustrated. And he's like, what are you going to do? I just grabbed this kid and like he's like, I'm like reaching up, right, to grab his shoulders. It's just like super quick. I just like grabbed his shoulders, twisted him to the side a little bit, and I kneed him right in the thigh, gave him this dead leg, just dropped him. He just like drops to the ground, right? And he's just like, oh, what the heck? And I just like stood over him, and I'm like, if you ever talk to me like that again, I was like, I will knock you out. And everyone was just like, going crazy, right? And then I helped him up, and then like the next day, the kid apologized to me, and we became really good friends. But like,
Big Daddy Doctor of stuff.
I just think because I'm like, look, you got to send a message quick and early. These type of people that you're just not going to take it. And even if they beat you up, they're like, there's easier prey. Yep, I beat this kid up, but like this, it's not worth it, right? It's not worth it. And like, so yeah, that happened once. I got picked on once in junior high, and never again. You know. But
I
yeah,
have a very similar.
We're not going to take it.
I have a very similar but different middle school fighting story as well. I remember being in sixth grade, and it was like the last day, like before like finals or whatever. And so I used to have this. I told this story once to Brittany, and she fell off her chair on while streaming. Yeah.
I love
so
that.
I saw that.
I love that.
So for those of you that don't know, I used to have this little rectangular looking box that said Game Boy on it. You could put all your little games in there, and like, I'd play in between classes. I'd do whatever. And these kids, like, they didn't even rob me. They just showed up. These three dudes just showed up out of nowhere to beat me up for still liking Pokemon. And I swore revenge. And I got into boxing, and I was ready. I was ready to pound them. And then, like, my dumbass didn't think, the next year they're in high school, and like I was still in middle school, and I didn't like. So eventually, when I got in high school, one of them had moved away. Like, one was gay, and the other one, like, I was like cool with. So I was like, all right, I can't keep these up. But yeah, that's how my first fight did not go the same way Dr. Stuff's did.
Yeah, there was another kid, and he was doing the same thing, teasing me. And he was a kid I grew up with in the neighborhood. So like I knew his family and stuff. And it was like out of nowhere, right? And like I was like, dude, what are you doing? I'm like we know each other, right? Like it was like the weirdest thing. It just kept going. And I was just like, again, I'm a pretty patient person, but once you breach my threshold, like I lose my shit. And it's not pretty, like, and so like I just picked up this kid and I just body slammed him to the ground, and like, and again, like, and maybe that's my thing. I stood over him again, just like pointing right in his face, and I'm just like, I kind of chewed him out and stuff. And then it was funny because then I went home, and my mom was like, I just got a call from so and so's mom and blah blah blah, and I was like, yeah, he was teasing me, so I beat him up. And she's like, well, you got to go apologize. And so I went to his house, and I was like, hey, man, my mom says I got to apologize. I apologize that you were a dick to me, so I beat you up. Sorry. And I just like left, right? Like, and he's like, And then his mom was like, wait, what was that? What happened? Why did he say that you were, it was funny.
That's great. So we, guys, before this, we're talking about entrance music, and then we got on TikTok. Sanjay, what type of TikTok are you on? I'm on wrestling TikTok, where I see like Brock Lesnar.
I'm on TikTok, period. But how do you know about TikTok and music? Come on, I know about TikTok, man. Like, who doesn't know about TikTok, right? Yeah. But I'm not on TikTok. No, I really am not. Well, I probably should kind of get on. I think it's quite interesting, right?
Very interesting. They give you these.
It's like I'm so much on Twitter and then a little bit on Instagram. So just like another, yeah, I don't know. I hate Facebook. I have Facebook, but I barely check it.
Same. My
mostly just Twitter, Instagram, and LinkedIn.
LinkedIn's cool. I haven't used it, but it's cool.
Yeah. And I got onto Threads when that started, but I don't think I go onto it like more than once a week kind of thing.
Yeah, I didn't even go onto it. I feel like it's just like kind of similar to Twitter, but just like censored, like you can get banned. And I was like, no, I'm not doing that.
All right, guys, it's late out here. I got to bounce, but it was good chatting with you, Randy. Good doctor stuff. Everybody listening. Yeah, bye, guys. Have a good one, and I'll get these comics out as soon as I get the address and stuff.
Yeah.
Randy, I'll wait for you to send me that address. Confirm the address and name, okay?
Yep, we'll do. He'll message me. I'll take a screenshot. I'll shoot you that message.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Bye, man. Man.
Good night.
Sanjay is just like, man, there's so many just quality people in this space, right? In the community that are just so giving and kind and generous. And those are the type of people I want to surround myself with, right? And like I told you before, Randy, like if you guys ever meet Randy in person, man, like he's just got this aura of he's genuine. And there's no other way to put that. Like there's no ulterior motives. Like he just is who he is, and he accepts you for who you are. It's so cool. And then you get people like Sanjay that are creating parties and Veve Fan Bam and Disney Magic, and like, oh man, like there's just so many great people in this space. And then you have like Jimbo Lindo, right? Like who creates these Veve logos and gives them out to like the people that he feels like have been like YouTubers or content creators that like he's grateful for, right? Like, man, it's so cool just to see the love, and yeah, and that's what's special about this community. And man, it's fun. But dude, here's the thing, Randy. It is I'm on East Coast time. Like I told you, I think in the last 2 days I've gotten
Yeah.
like eight
Yeah,
hours.
you've been on here for 4 hours. You get out of here. You go get the.
This has been fun. This is the longest stream that I have ever done with someone, and it's it's awesome that it's with you, just because you're just like a legend of like the long streams,
Thank
you know.
you.
And, but it just went by so fast, man. It just went by
Yeah.
so fast. So
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. It would, yeah, would be even quicker if my back wasn't dying. But yeah, this is great. I'll hang on for a while. I'll answer some of the questions, do some of that jazz, go over some of the news.
all right.
But thank you so much for coming on, man. I love you, bro.
Yeah,
I see you.
love you too, man. And peace out, everyone. Like and subscribe to Randy if you haven't already done it. I feel like if you've been here this long, you already have. Just continue to enjoy. Peace out.
Yeah. Randy. Oh, this is a familiar sight. Everyone's like, hello to Dashi. Hello, Dashi. Okay, so we'll get to some of the comments right here. I guess we'll go. Well, I don't want to go from the top. I guess we'll. Bill, Hunter Profit says, wait, Bill Gardner. Yeah, you got to get that gold and silver logo. Let's see what it is right now. I don't know if Bill Gardner's still here. He might not be, but you definitely need one, because again, you get to hang out with Dr. Stuff and Mr. MC1 all the time at all these parties. And again, like right now, if you get one that's been unused, that hasn't been that you haven't redeemed any of those codes with, you get like $900 worth of stuff. You get the golden Frankenfat, and then you get the 2 golden monkeys, the Fear No Evil, and the Hear All the Evil, all that jazz. So that's just right away, just as the code redemptions. Yeah, that gold and silver logo is super special. That people don't understand. I feel like that dude from TikTok where he's like, no, but you don't understand. The guy that does all the history stuff. Definitely Bill Gardner, you need that. Ron Lay, energy high, responded with blood test for sure. No snakeids. Empty Heroes, as Dr. Stuff is he's a great guy. We love him. He's so chill. There was as well. Uncle Meese has been listening for 2 hours. I'm so glad that you got that. See, it's worth it to listen to me for a couple hours, because Sanjay will do a giveaway for you. Damn, it's cool. Love those comments. Yeah, Sanjay's the man. He didn't have to do a giveaway. I didn't bring him on to do a giveaway. I just brought him on. He just happened to say hi. I was like, hey, come play. And he comes on and, drops some knowledge for a little while. And then he just gives away not just one comic, like a series of the crossover comics, which are freaking epic. I feel like, anyone remember, this is going to like the VMAs, like 2003, I think Puff Daddy or P Diddy, I don't know what he was going by, Puffy. He had like 4 different names in like 3 years. He was hosting, and he just like gives his watch away to someone, and he's just like, it's that type of night. Anything can happen. And I feel like on a Randy Chavez stream, anything can happen. Sanjay just come in and do a giveaway and bounce, which is what he did. This started originally with just me. I was just bored. We were on. I'll tell you exactly how it started. We got to go on the Telegram, not the Facebook. I don't know why I clicked that. Me and a couple friendos were on Telegram, and we were talking about. Dr. Stuff says, this is my favorite picture of Randy, and it's just me looking like Theoden after the deeping wall had blown up at Helm's Deep, because I'm like, or maybe I'm like Joe Biden, like, yeah. So he posted that to me. I forget for what reason he did. I think we were talking about like Elon Musk or whatever, and then I was like, oh, hey, that looks kind of similar. Hold on, let me make sure I'm not. Okay. So then I posted that, and then we keep going on and talking about everyone's good, because they'll speak. Why are you hacked? Hi, Heaven. I asked someone, hey, anyone want to go live and talk about David following these new accounts? I'm stuck in bed for the next week or so and could use something to do. And Dr. Stuff is just like, yeah, I want to give me a couple hours. So I set it up a couple hours, and then it was just him. And then Crypto Rain messaged me. I was like, hey, me and Dr. Stuff going live. You want to come on? And it's like, yeah, sure. So it's weird. Sometimes the best, like the same way in music, it happens. a lot of times the best songs aren't planned to be written. The best songs aren't just like, yeah, we're gonna go and we're gonna sit here until we write a new hit song. It's just like, yeah, we're gonna go practice a little bit. We'll do like the melodies for certain songs, whatever. We'll just kind of chill out. And it's those sessions where you're not in it to like jam, you're not in it to be super creative. You're just going just to hang around. Those are the sessions that come out with the best songs. Those are the ones that come out with just creativity strikes at just the right time. That's why it sucks being a writer sometimes. You have to go and think like, oh, hey, inspiration can strike at the most seemingly uninteresting times. You could just be like toenail clipping. I don't know. You could just be doing whatever, meal prepping for the week, and then you get this crazy idea. Like I remember Natsuki Takaya in an interview. She's the author of the creator of Fruits Basket. Uh, Meant so much to me. I got one of the symbols tattooed on my body forever, and I don't get anything on my body unless it means something super important. Whether it's Dragon Ball Z, Pokemon, or my friend Patty, wrote a quote from our favorite book from Fight Club, and she just said one day she was like sitting at home, she was like playing video games, and then a strange girl popped up in her head, said, "Hey," and it was Toru Honda, and that's the main character of Fruits Basket. Um, and I know like most people probably won't find this interesting. Like Chavez, we didn't ask you about that. We're asking you about Vivi. We're asking you about Omi. That's what we're here for. I understand that. And the Dashi and right that's DTH domain. I know that's not what people are here for, but it's just fun. It's my stream, and I'll tell the stories I want. Anywho, we do have some other stuff to go over here. Such a good guy. Do you like? Oh, meow meow meow. Uncle Me saying silicone strong. Yeah. Wait, meow. I'm glad that people got Bellsprout. Bill Carter said Chavi Cat is the number 69 Pokemon. I would love to be immortalized in VV content. Them doing a drop of me. I talked with Reese about this once. We were drunk. We were with Taps, and um, people. I think because somebody commented that they wanted a shoeless drivable Taps with like a ski pole, and Reese is like, I would love that, and we just talked about different ways of how we could do different people. I just thought that'd be fun. Twitter is on it, Randy. Yep. Meow, meow, meow. Congratulations. Sanjay's starting to sound like Randy. He needs more Omi. He does. I told him a couple months ago, it's like, Sanjay, you need to do a cash out refinance on your house or sell your house, take an equity line of credit on your house, buy some Omi. And he's like, oh, Randy, that's big, man. And I was like, it is big, but you're gonna be rewarded even bigger. Fortune favors the freaking bold. And he's just like, okay, Randy, you need to go off your meds a little bit. And at fair point. But and he's doing it the opposite way. The more that gets done with Omi, the more that he's going to buy, which is fine. He won't get as big. He's not going to take nearly as big a risk. He won't get as big a gains as people that have been buying down here. But again, he's not taking that big risk of hodling a bag for 2 years. Andrew L. I wanted to get to this. That said, I don't have a ton of money, but I've been accumulating over the last 2 years. I've got just shy of 10 million now, which is a lot for me. I want the utility, but I'm scared to move it onto the app. Listen, if that's like all you have, like I wouldn't have put 10 million on the app if that's all I had. No, I would have kept it in my one trust wallet. But obviously I have a lot more than that, so I have several trust wallets. I have a buddy of mine that even has someone before, because it's like, oh my god, dude. So yeah, I would go and say, ow, my freaking oof. I would go and say that if you just, I don't know the benefits that you're going to get from staking 2 million Omi or whatever, but if you just wanted to put a little bit on, get a little bit of benefits, fudge your mother, oh my god, why am I getting hiccups? Then that's fine. If you only wanted to put in a couple grand worth, or a couple million Omi, that's fine. Ain't no one gonna say nothing. Marcon says Sanjay's got to be in Party Town, so we have to break down what Sanjay said. Ooh, thought that was someone there. It's my cane. We have to break down what Sanjay said, and he had said it matters who your neighbors are. Now, obviously, Sanjay being in real estate, he knows in real life, yeah, it matters who your neighbors are. How many houses sales fall through because of bad neighbors? How many people have to move away because of bad neighbors? Or how many people get the because of bad neighbors, Sometimes you got to heck someone up. Anyway, that makes sense. Like, who's someone that's universally hated? Maybe I shouldn't say that. All right, let's say that someone that, what's that chick? Consuela Maria Gonzalez. Who's the chick that killed Selena? Yolanda, whatever her name is. Let's say she's in the metaverse. Are you going to want her to be your neighbor? No. Maybe so you could like flick boogers at her and pelt her with frozen eggs. But yeah, like if there's somebody that you don't like and suddenly they're your neighbor, it's like, like that sucks. So, in a sense, I feel like some of these guys or some people that maybe nobody likes might have an advantage. They go and they buy a place and the community will go together. Let's chip in. Let's buy this person out so we can move somebody else in there because we don't want them as a neighbor. That's a really interesting thing that people can do. Or let's say if there's an evil Randy Chavez, let's say his name is Chavito Randito, and Chavito Randito, the evil Randy, goes on and he makes or somebody called let's say Dashi wants to troll people, and Dashi makes an account for Chavito Randito, and he's like, oh, it is I, Chavito Randito, going and purchasing a place, and people are like, oh man, not this person, and they send Omi to a wall, like, let's bribe you to get you out of here. Okay, give me $1 million Omi and I'll bounce. We give Dashi $1 million Omi, thinking we're giving it to Chavito Randito, and Dashi's like, haha, it was I, Dashi, you were swindled. And I feel like people could do that. There's going to be a lot of interesting things that happen. Or you could, I think I saw this with Fam Bam the other day. Fam Bam, I think, has like a fan club where people have just been like, oh, let me shoot my shot. I think Wendy had that as well. There was a lot of people are just like, on that post where I said, hey guys, hey girls, if you're girls of the Vivi fam, are you single or taken? Now I had already done one with a guy, hey men of Vivi, are you single or taken? And apparently like 70% of men are taken that are into, I don't know about that, but that's what the number said. So Fam Bam said you should do the same thing with women. I said okay, and then a bunch of the girls just had like the guys like, oh, shooting my shot over here. Will you go out on a date with me? Or do whatever. Maybe that could be another thing. Like, yeah, maybe instead of going and sending a girl a bouquet of flowers, you send her a piece of land in the Viverse. That's like insane. I'm not gonna lie, that would work on me. I would be such a cheap broad if I was like a chick, like, oh, you bought me land in the Viverse? Okay, we can go out to dinner. So you can buy me dinner and buy me more drinks? Okay, this seems like a good deal. But maybe these meds are a little too much. I know I'm getting off of it, but there's just a lot of opportunity that's going to happen in the Viverse. People, I feel like I bring it up a lot and people kind of skip over it. But having that skill of building something in Minecraft, like, have you guys seen some of the amazing works of art that are in like Minecraft that people build that take a long time and it's super impressive? I would love to have some of that or have the skill to do that. One, because I know I can market it and make a fudge ton of money, but also just to create art is amazing. And to have people that are so skilled at that, I will 100% show me a portfolio of what you did in Minecraft. Show me a portfolio of what you did on your own property in VV or on other people's property. That's what people do in the real world. Like my friend Dan, his like mason guy, his concrete guy, the guy that redid his driveway. Says, listen, I worked on it with the price. We did this. Now I'm going to have to ask you one more thing. I work in this area. Can I come here with prospective clients and show them the work that I did? And then there's absolutely, you're a great guy, whatever. And this Daniel Hardwick had him on the podcast. So there's going to be people that say, hey, Mr. MC1's house, I did his house. I did his landscape. Chavez's house, I did his landscape. And I feel like there's going to be a bunch of people offering to do it at first for very little. They're like, hey, I'm just looking to get started. I swear I'm really good at this. Let me do your house for free. And if you really like it, if it's good, let me bring people here so that I can show them the job that I did. They'll say, okay. And this is going to be a job creator. And I feel like very few people are seeing that yet, or the consequences of what that's going to be. I was watching Gilmore Girls before, and and just that it's kind of like a time warp. You're going back 20 something years. It's made in the 2000s, but it had some 90s feels to it, and it, you you have some really old school grandparents there that are just like, oh, this is a certain way. You do this. You go to, even the message, even the moms is like, no, you go to college. You do things like the mom is successful. She has a house. She has a place. She has a good life. And she says, no, you're going to go to college, go into all this debt. And they kind of go through that in the Revival series that, yeah, she went to college and from Yale, and she's not doing that well later in life. And I can attest to that. I worked with Ivy League people and I made more than them. It doesn't matter. And I didn't even go to freaking school. I went to community college for one semester. And what I'm trying to say with this is that there's a lot of people, especially older people, that are kind of stuck in the college thing, stuck in the, hey, this is what you do. You work at, how many of our parents says, no, you work at one place, you keep your head down, you work hard, they'll reward you down the line. That doesn't freaking happen anymore. Maybe it does in some places, maybe some mom and pop shops or whatever, but I used to get kind of laughed at. I used to get kind of like scolded by older people, say like, listen, you're at a new job every couple of years, because I had found out that, yeah, maybe at the job, if I stay there, I go and I can get myself a dollar raise each year or something like X amount of percent. But if I go to another job, I get more percent or I get a couple dollars. And that's just the way of the world now. You stay at a place for a couple of years and then you switch. You have people fight over you. And this way you get more on your resume, more experience. So what I mean by that is there's a lot of people that are going to be like, that won't understand it. I mean, a lot of people right now that you guys have probably told about Vivi, have probably told about Omi. Not to quote, I guess I'll quote Carrie here, Carrie's mom in that movie. She's like, they're all gonna laugh at you. A lot of people are probably like, oh yeah, how are these pixelated, how are these NFTs doing? How are these JPEGs doing? Oh, I screenshot it. It's mine now. Thinking about selling it. It's just people that just don't understand the tech. It's just people that don't understand the concept. And unfortunately, that's going to happen. But there's so much opportunity here. And I'm really hoping that a lot of money flows into America, but we know where it's going to go. It's going to flow into the Philippines. It'll flow into wherever. Because let's say you have something like, I guarantee you, Brock Blockchain makes a game where it's like a play to earn, and you play something like where and you earn Omi, and maybe you don't have time to do it, 24 hours a day, but there's these couple kids in the Philippines or in Taiwan that can do it. And are they making a ton? No, they'll make like an extra, $10 or $20 a day for you if you give them access to your account, or the scholarships like they did in Axes. And, you split it with them. And is that a good salary for America? Heck no, you can't afford diddly squat on that. But that's a really, really decent salary for someone in like the Philippines. Like I remember these girls I met, I think they made like $5 a day. So if you go and you suddenly offer them a job where you're making them $20 a day, that's what they need to do, like that, and that's great for them. I would totally love doing something like that. Let's say if there's an achievement that I wanted that says, oh, you've played this game for X amount of thousands of hours, or X amount of hundreds of hours or 1,000 hours, and you can't do it by yourself, you rent it out, give it to someone. Some people do that just for that achievement, just for that badge. Remember, we are going to get certain badges and certain achievements and little checks on things the more we do them, and that's going to be one of those things. So anyway, I've been going on for way too long about this. Dead leg forgot. SoCal talking about taps. Yeah, who are you gonna call? Yeah, Party Town, man. I was Ghostbusters, so Bill Gardner's gonna be going in his Ghostbusters Ecto one. That's amazing. How about You Got the Touch? All right, so Bill Gardner, if you're still here, go and type in on YouTube Transformers meets metal. Transformers meets metal. It starts off all right, Transformers, all that. More than meets the eye. And around a minute 27, like near the minute and a half mark, it goes super metal, and then suddenly, and then it breaks down, and it gets so good, and then suddenly you hear Peter Cullen going, "My name is Optimus Prime," and then after that, you got the touches on there. But anyway, Bill Gardner, go listen to that. SoCal says the old dead leg classic. Mo Collects says Go Blue. Dr. Studley, Old Dead Leg, a forgotten yet very effective fighting strategy. Bill Gar's all about the community. I'm gonna bounce. Okay, so Bill Gar was not here for any of that. Logo's like 4,700. You could buy so much Omi. Both are good, but trust me with that logo. Stephen, poster with the song. We kind of already have that with the lenticular cards. It has a little thing on it. Even the little itty bitties, the queen, the Disney evil queen, the villains. They have little music on there as well. Daniel Millian says, "Hey Randy, thanks for everything you do. Do you know when the Hulk airdrop? Again, airdrop is that a Hulk's like complete. You do get an airdrop if you have all the Hulks. I don't know when the airdrop is. I think that's going to be. I don't know. I think that's going to be in. They'll let us know. I'll keep you posted. When I know, you'll know." Arturo says, "You're right. Organic creativeness is what makes it the best. I appreciate your stories. Thank you. Water usually makes hiccups go away from me." Cheers. That's what I got. Steven Duarte says, "Been thinking about the logo." Yeah, that in my opinion is there's nothing better for long-term connections, networking. I don't care who you are. Like if you say, "Hey Randy, you have the option here to go and buy this secret rare Spider-Man right now for $5,000, and you can immediately flip for 7,000. Make 2,000 on this deal right now. It's a one and done thing." Or you can go and instead of making $2,000, you can pay $2,000 and you get access to this network or whatever. Or let's pay. Let's do it. The gold and silver logo price, $4,700. You're not gonna want to sell it, but you get access to these people that give you these amazing opportunities, and they're all really awesome. I know maybe somebody, well, I have this job already. I am where I want in life. That's great. But if you're where you are in life, if you're happy, if you're content, that's fantastic. I'm super happy for you. But I think a lot of people maybe aren't dreaming big enough. Well, what else? I'm where I am, and I'm at this point in my life with what I have in my life right now. But what if I added certain people to my circle? What is that going to do for me? What can that do for me? What can I do for them? Maybe it's not what they can do for. It's that JFK quote: "Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country." If you go and do and impress somebody, and you just do it, and that's what friendship is. You go and impress someone, do something for someone. Maybe 80% of the time, nothing really happens. But maybe every now and then, someone will remember that, or somebody sees you doing something for someone, like, hey, and then they get an opportunity and they go to bring you along because they saw all the amazing things you did. I just in that anything can happen on this stream. Anything can happen in that group. Archero says, "I think it's opposite. 70% single, 30% single, 30% in a relationship." My bad. For the men, it was like 70%. For the women, I think it was like almost even. Archero says, "Disney and Minecraft actually just announced a new collab of classic Disney worlds built in Minecraft and skins." Archero, can you send me the link for that? I think that'd be great. Sean Skywalker says, "Is this live TV? Haha, what up, Randy?" This is live. Archero says, "I think steady change is nice. As a 23-year-old, everyone thinks I'm dumb, but they'll understand when it becomes mainstream. I think steady change is nice." Oh, as a 23-year-old, okay. Everyone thinks I'm dumb, but they'll understand when it becomes mainstream. Agreed. You do be young, Archero. Hope you find a nice lady soon. I mean, you might be married, or I don't even know. Yeah, slow but steady has been winning this race. Andy L says, "Let's go, Rain equals legend." Oh, Rain was in here a long time ago. He's gone. He's been gone hours. Arturo says, "Sorry for commenting so much. Just barely realized." Oh, dude, comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. Keep them coming. Comment as much as you want. Oh God. Oh God, my body. Oh God, my back. Oh, it burns. Oh, kill me. Oh mother. Oh God. Flapper. Okay. Oh God. Where are we at, Sean? Mark D says, "With AI and automation taking everyone's jobs in the next few years, there needs to be a substitute for income, and it will be metaverse NFT coins. This is where it's headed." I think it can. think it can. Oh, hold on. Devs. Oh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, hold on. I gotta send someone something. Oh lordy. Okay. Mother. Fudger. Okay. Oh god. All right. I just gotta send a text as soon as I do. Oh fudge. Okay. All right. We're gonna change this account. All right. I just gotta send a text real quick to a buddy of mine talking about Crumpy. Oh, shot. Oh, can't say that. So it's soon. With a big exchange. Boom. Okay. Where was I? Moving on here. What was the last comment that I had had? Play to earn gaming would be amazing. Tron Skywalker says, "Church, take me to church." I don't know the rest of that song. I just know those four words. Arturo says, "I would DM you the link, but X won't let me DM you because I don't have blue check." Arturo, comment on my most recent post. Just comment anything. Be like meow, and then once you say meow, I'll go and message you first, so you can go and message me. Ha 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 ha. That'd be nice. Okay, that seems to be it. I've been on for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Everyone comment, blaze it down below for the 420. Thank you guys for the super chats. Y'all mean the world. I'm going to finish the rest of my Chinese food, and I'm going to die because my back has been destroyed. I'm gonna put away my this and okay. Okay. All right. Bye guys. Meow. 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 Right. Oh, what mammoth is fire? Straight fire. Did I do on the Nintendo announcement? I'll take a look see at the Nintendo announcement. I'll see who tagged me. All too much fun. Did you like your post? Do you like a post? Do you like a post? I don't see anyone that has tagged me in a mention. Okay, hold on. Oh, meow, meow. I see the meow. Okay. All right, I got it. Oh, okay. All right. All right, bye guys. Meow, meow, meow. Meow. Broadcast.